Hey universe, how's it going? Happy day of the week to you. Thinking the ad I was running is probably over by now. It's almost over, it's close enough. Ah yes, Gleba, the untouched frontier. Like our little setup here. I wonder if we'll need to put down some defenses for Gleba. There are enemies over there? I'm guessing those are egg rafts that spread. Interesting, I hadn't noticed those before if those are egg rafts that spread. I'm sure I would have cleared them out otherwise. We don't actually have an artillery shells available to us. Or maybe I just am holding the artillery. I am holding the artillery. Okay, but its auto-targeting is on and it hasn't turned, so maybe that's not real. I'm gonna go poke out there. Maybe that was something else that we had pulled and just gone off map from. That seems more likely now. Nope, that is certainly a new egg raft. Spread pretty close to us. Well, it's not gonna hit them. Oops. They're very far away, so... Oh. I didn't realize how close they were to me. Should be able to take them out with the uranium just fine. So I'd like to go work on a better layout for the spaceship. That's kind of like what my core goal of the stream is. There go the title of this stream. Did I pick up the eggs? There they are. Couldn't find them. But in addition, I'd like to set up... I don't know if it has to be automated or not. But just some, I mean, definitely automated defenses and maybe dropping off... Ew, that's a lot of them. This should be pretty solid, assuming the big one doesn't leave the area. Perfect. That's just ideal. So they can spread fairly close to us, which is good knowledge to have, but unfortunate knowledge. I think what our priority is going to be is to have the research for carbon fiber completed, as well as rocket turrets. And then hopefully set up maybe making rocket turrets here, keeping in mind that we are kind of constrained by the Artemis's efficiency. Can I change this to infinity? And so I don't know if the request can be satisfied with infinity. My hope was that by putting it on infinity, it would just fill up as much as it possibly can and then leave. Oh, you know, I could set up a condition for that, actually. Right, I can do infinity and then like a short time instead. So we could do add a wait condition, and we could do... time passed, and we'll do... Two minutes? How many is 2 minutes? Oh, Q, I appreciate the sub. I arrive as it was foretold in the stars is such a metal thing to say, too. Okay, no, the request is always satisfied. This is perfect. So it's just going to fill up as much as it can, then it'll fill up on fuel, and then it'll go again. That's great. It's nice to see you. How are you today? And I very, very much appreciate the sub. Okay, so it's actually not asking for any. So this is the opposite of what I wanted. Oops, I wanted to keep that on that request. Agricultural science pack, we would like 5,000. Then we can do the agricultural science pack. Then we can do time passed. We'll do... How do I separate these? Because I assume that this is just going to try to leave once this is met, which I don't want it to be. I mean, if I set this high enough, like 600 seconds, like 10 minutes, and then I set that as an ore, it'll almost certainly be fine. So that way, if it hits the 5,000, it'll leave. I mean, we also don't want to put it too high. I guess 3,000 might be better. Yeah, heck it, we'll set it to 5,000. Heck it, we'll set it to 10,000. No, that's actually way excess. We don't make that many. Asteroid reprocessing also a nice time for the ship redesign. Yeah, that's something I was thinking about too when I was looking at asteroid reprocessing. Is this the one? Yeah, the advanced Oh, that gives copper and stuff too. This is interesting. Are there any other asteroid techs? Productivity. We do have the reprocessing one. I forgot we got that from Volcanus. How you doing today, Flip? It's nice to see you. Doing okay. I just woke up and this is pretty groggy. How am I doing? Honest to goodness, I don't know. I don't know how I'm doing. I don't know if it's because I've like started new medicine or something recently, but I felt so depressed the past couple of days. I feel like everything's setting me off. I'm fine. Like there's nothing tragic or bad that happened to me, so there's like no reason for me to feel so such a way, but I don't know. I've just been off. But I'm fine overall. Like I'm not in pain or anything. Doing well. Slept in too late other than that. I would have slept in later today if I could have, but my roommate got up and I was like, well, if she's up, I'm getting up. Begrudgingly. I'm really surprised our auto-targeting didn't hit those nests. That actually is alarming to me. I was hoping to use auto-targeting as a way to deter things from spawning close, setting up some walls with maybe rocket turrets. Can rocket turrets shoot through walls? I have no reason to believe that they can't. I have eggs on me. This is an egg check. We were about to die to eggs. Gonna go put them in the heater. The rockets go over walls? Perfect. I was kind of expecting to set up this whole thing with walls and just like look at Gleba a few hours later and just have my rockets blowing up on my walls. That would have been pretty fun. Alright, we have 74 eggs on us, which could result in something really silly. But we're hopefully going to avoid that. I'd also like to ship some biochambers elsewhere, but the question is, what the heck are biochambers used for? Biochambers. Okay, that's pretty important. But what else are they used for? Rocket fuel? And oh, okay, they're a replacement for chemical plants. But they have built-in productivity. Yeah, so we definitely want to make some excess of these. I was just going to cook these eggs, but I think instead of cooking the eggs, we're just going to make them into biochambers and then ship them somewhere else. Am I just catching the iron cycle where it's not working? I am. That's fine. It'll jumpstart itself. It's unfortunate that we use so much iron for literally everything, because I think we have 0 green circuits sitting around, which is a little unfork knife, I'll confess, but I will just handcraft some for now. That could definitely be improved. Whoops. We'll be eating through green circuits too, the more rockets we make, so it's almost certainly going to be pertinent for us to improve our circuit production. And by that, I mean improve our iron production, I guess? We can probably move over to productivity modules here. I'm thinking our power can handle it now. Although we don't have a bunch of modules either. This is my sign to go to Fulgora to pay for my sins. How is the power holding up? It's crazy that this is all that runs this base. Right, I forgot we had set up the rocket fuel, so we're almost certainly just fine. I feel like there's got to be a smarter way to fix this process. Is it dying because of our lack of bioflux? Do I have any beacons? It's some on me. I think I'm gonna just speed beacon over here. This might be wasteful too. I'm thinking speed beaconing a few of these could be a good idea, but it also might just be like a really bad idea, which is part of the fun. Heck, that doesn't work. God, my design has like a lot of constraints on space, but I really like that one like center area, so I wanted to build off of it, dagnabbit. So yeah, we can't beacon up here. We can't beacon down here. Can beacon on the side, I guess. I could beacon here as well, but it's not super pretty. It's probably better than nothing, I would imagine. But it also might be worse than nothing. Beacons are 4 wide, is it? I hope so. Heck. Always 3 wide. I was about to make like a completely bold and unsubstantiated claim that there were no 4x4 buildings in Factorio. Like literally zero proof of this. Just like ripping it out without an ounce of hesitation. Okay, so there's a few small things we can do here. I think there's barely enough space. No, that doesn't work. It'll just snake right. Trying to think about another way to get it on the same side of the bell. Oh no, I know a way. I really don't want to turn this off for too long because of how much our base like needs this specific thing. I think this works. No, I'm one off again. This is just another slightly more elaborate thing. That's actually quite funny. Can I do it if I do it here? Yeah, I can. Right. Yeah. I could totally make that one down. Okay, see, I kind of dig that a lot. This kind of has me feeling something I haven't felt in a while. This is so heckin' spaghetti, though. Oh, I could save a little bit of space, though. Does that reach? Oh my god. This is science right here. People hate to see it, but this is what an optimal factory looks like. Honestly, I do think that was a pretty stark improvement for the Yumako. I don't think the jelly nut really needs it. Does this just consume more Yumako? It does. It consumes, what's that, 30% more? 25% more. I think I probably want to change these to efficiency. It looks like when we're doing science, everything just gets conked. Oh man, I was really looking forward to leaving Gleba. I mean, I wasn't really looking forward to leaving Gleba per se. Okay, so it didn't meet its request. There needs to be... I was thinking this ore would work, but this ore doesn't work. I'm surprised this ore doesn't work. I'm gonna just set it to 3,000. Why are you chilling here? Oh, you were just waiting for a thing to land. Okay, I'm sorry, that was my bad. I was wondering why you weren't working. Okay, so that should work just fine. I was like, why is it just sitting here? Did I break the ship? Okay, we also have like a boatload of eggs in here that are about to break right now, which is very funny, but we remembered it this time, so not everything's wrong. This being said, we're going to want to use those like stat because that would have been real awk to forget. How long do we have? Oh, we got 2 minutes. I'm going to... whoops. I should unequip my pistol. It's really throwing me off. Was I using a pistol in both slots with the ammo too? Either way, let's just slam down a few beacons. And then we will make the most optimal possible. Where the heck are speed modules? This absolutely demolishes the nutrients in it, which is fine. We're on a pretty big time limit, so I think this is more than worth it. I should add more speed modules in here as well. We are making 0.52 per second, which means we are only going to be able to make at most another 60, but we're already out of iron, so I think we just have to take our 15 and call it good enough for now and just crunch the rest of these. We can always pick them off the belt, so there's no like big urgency of it. In fact, you know what I'm going to do instead is I will have these be processed instead. That brought their timer up a little bit, so should be just fine to just put them through the system and get some use out of them instead of just tossing them in nowhere. I'm not too upset with our science production. Hey T, I see you on YouTube chat. I'm not ignoring YouTube chat. You fought the regulars with a pistol? Really? I'm gonna be honest with you, the pistol with uranium ammo kind of goes crazy. I was wondering why they were taking forever to die, but I'm still actually quite impressed with it. I see the most beautiful beacon positioning of all time right before us. Honestly, this could have gone one more, but that's fine. That was an advanced strat. No advanced strat here. Though I do appreciate that you would like consider that to even be a possibility. That's actually an incredible beacon. I didn't actually see what the difference was. Let me turn it off. So we're making 1.77 per second, and then when we throw times 4, of course, then we throw the speed modules, we go up to, I'm sorry, almost doubles. Nobody told me beacons were good. Unironically, though, this could have downsides, so we do need to be a little bit careful. Specifically, this is probably going to chunk through Yummy. Also, we're almost certainly not going to... Yeah, we're running out of jelly now. Maybe not. Yeah, we're running out of jelly. I think I'm going to do the same extremely eloquent and beautiful design with the jelly. Oh my god, this doesn't have any any off-put for the... That's fine. I should keep both of these available. This is so scrungly. This is profoundly scrungly. I didn't realize that I broke the offloading of... Not that there's going to be like any spoilage in here with how fast it processes nowadays, but I still think it's important to have it to be available. But man, this is getting scrungly. Is the other one broken too? Nope, that one can just feed right through. was gonna say my Gleba went from like super eloquent to like very grumbly, but it's always been grumbly. How do I do what I want to do in this space? This is so much more scrungly than the last one. But now that I've seen it and we have the space for it, we might as well, right? I could totally make this look nicer, but I actually kind of really like how wiggly it gets. That's my secret. Yeah, we're processing faster than the Yumako. I think I just need to suck it up and make more, make another pot of these. It's an interesting balancing act because I'm worried that we're going to, oh my god, our seeds have backed up. I'm almost worried that we're going to process more than we can actually handle. I do need to deal with the seeds. I mentioned before that that was going to be a problem, but that should be a very, very easy fix, thankfully. So, I'm going to make a underground area here, basically. And it should be really easy. It should just be one belt that goes down here. And we have an inserter. We'll just put them here for now. We'll move them in a moment. Filter them for seed. We will do one for the jelly nut seed. And then one for the Yumako seed. And we will have it read the belt contents. And then when the belt reaches a certain point, that's when we need to fix it. To rectify the seeds. It really, honestly, I can almost just have it rip seeds whenever they pass this point. We might not even need a circuit. It might just be very simple to just set it up and forget it, you know? Oh, we're so close. Oh, I can be lazy with this. Sweet. Okay, no, that's not going to be worked. Worked to just be generically lazy. I was thinking it would. However, this is a really nice situation we have because now I can have it read the belt. Oops. And we can just check right now because now we know exactly how many seeds there are on the belt. There's 708 seeds on the belt up until this point. Now, granted, the seeds have different lengths. This belt is going to be a little bit longer than that one. But I think that 708 or 700 is pretty sufficient for just letting them. We probably don't need 700 seeds on the belt at any given time. Did that turret just run out of ammo? It did. Some of our eggs hatched. I didn't realize it, but some of our eggs certainly just hatched. That's fine. I thought none of them would have. It's not important, but we should make sure that there's some ammo in that one. We haven't produced any ammo on this planet at all. So either way, let's just filter these with the caveat of 700. I think that that's more than sufficient. As we know that this belt only goes to 700. So if that is higher than 700, we will just dump them into the furnace. That simple. We don't want to do it past that. And even 700 is like overkill, but this should be fine. Enable, disable, make the Yumako seeds, or excuse me, the jelly nut seeds. And if it's over 700, which again, I think is super overkill, but this does give us the luxury to just walk by the belts and slurp them up later on if we want to, then it'll just offload them. Easy peasy. Deals with the problem that I kind of put off earlier, but that's okay. Now, for the second problem is I think I want to make another one of these offloading stations or processing stations. The downside of this, though, is we're just going to eat through so much more material per second. Thought I just saw red on the map there. I guess not. Our pollution cloud has grown a pretty tremendous amount, presumably because we're processing so much. It looks like we're processing just about as much as we actually grow right now, too. Not on the jelly nut front. The jelly nut's doing just fine. How many do these consume? So these consume, with the sped up one, 7 and 5.6. We'll just say 7 and 6 for simplicity. How much do you produce? 11. So these produce 22. It makes sense that these are taking 28. So we would actually only want one more of each of these to kind of balance it out. So maybe I'll try to fit that in. It's just a little tight to do so currently. Heck, I really want to go work on the spaceships. Oh, the Starfarer is just sitting up here. I wanted to drop those off and then send it on its way. I had a bunch of belts too. I probably should have asked for those belts. Heck, can I go back? Starfarer, can you go back to Gleba? No. I mean, like, going back to Gleba. I'm gonna just pause your thrust so you drift back into Gleba, actually. That'll save fuel for everyone. And you're close enough in the orbit where you're gonna end up here, so it'll be fine. How much do you produce? You produce 18.5. The ratios are so weird here. Ironically, we probably don't need another one of these. Because these two take like 11 and these two take like 11 each as well. And these produce 36. So one more Yumako is the play. I guess I'll just try to put it in the line and follow this like general design we had before. The one really big downside is anytime we work on anything like this, it's just going to turn off everything for a little bit. So we have to be very eloquent with our timing and whatnot. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a substation here and remove this one. And I'm going to copy this. And then we're going to just put it up here. So this way... Yeah, okay, that looks good. Assuming that we keep within this line here, this like box, we can fit in another one and then just paste it down a little bit later. I think I'm going to exercise something similar to what I did with the labs. It's the wrong direction. And do something like this. It's like copying a picture of the Mona Lisa, you know? You gotta figure out what works or what doesn't. Okay, we can go in lieu of this altogether. Cool. I don't know why you'd copy a picture of the Mona Lisa in the first place, to be honest with you. And this is not me trying to be judgmental. But please don't take it that way. If you want to copy a picture of the Mona Lisa, just do it. This is not needed. Does it really need anything else? These should just be able to go like up a few belts. I'm not going to set them right now. And I think I see a good way to set up the Yumako off-put. Assuming it can reach to right here, that should be fine. And that'll just have it off-put right here. I hope blue belts are enough. We might need green ones. I don't quite know. This looks like sound in theory. I'm going to just copy it and then look at how it looks. Where the heck are their pipes? Oh, those are different pipes. I was like, where did I copy pipes from? Cool. So, yeah, that actually just looks fine. To mitigate how many fruits we're wasting, I'm gonna just do... I just completely forgot how to play the game for a second. That's crazy. I was like, how do you drag over things? Our yummy doesn't reach over. Thankfully, this design is like super preem for just like chilling. This also ruins my fruit distribution network. Heck. Maybe I could just use like a stack inserter. There's no way that this like works though. 2 stack inserters will absolutely work. Beautiful. It's like riding a stack and shooter shaped bike. I should make some prod mods. Oh, I forgot we have prod 2s and stuff. Maybe productivity modules are doing me dirty here too. It's tough to think about. The design went from like super pretty to real heckin' chunky real quick. Why are you doing that? Because I told you to do that. You did that because I changed the filter so that you could do that and live your best life. Oh yeah, I also forgot to actually make it so this picks up anything, but that's easy to fix, thankfully. That one's a simple one. I'm surprised you only need a blue inserter to make this work. I guess just because it doesn't output too many of them. Alright, so that's one extra Yumako thingy. I'm going to just put efficiency modules in it for now. Actually, wait, no, I made the other modules. I really just need to ship a bunch of modules or start making them, but I don't see why I wouldn't ship them. Mona Lisa isn't even that great of a painting. Are we doom posting the Mona Lisa? It's only famous or well known because it got stolen once. That brought in irrelevancy. Yeah, you know what? You could say that about the Declaration of Independence too, before Nicolas Cage came in and made it relevant. Sorry if that was too deep of a cut. What is happening here? Oh, I see. Nutrients were on the belt. It's a shame that we don't have a way to like automatically dump all of our stuff. Like, I think in one of the mod packs I played, maybe it was Crestorio, which was my introduction to Factorio, by the way. It was my roommate being like, let's play Crestorio together. Which was real cold water for someone that had no idea what they were doing. But they had loaders, which was really cool. That's the important thing here. True, I never even read the Declaration of Independence until I found out how to map in the back. Nick Cage, is that you? Oh, I'm such a fan. Okay, so now we've, like, this has solved all of our problems somehow. This doesn't feel right. I'm guessing it's because something's not working. You're not running at all. Why are you not running at all? Can I call you Nick? Is that okay? They say never meet your idols, but... You do have bacteria. Why aren't you getting delivered no more? That explains why. This happened before too. So if we run out of bioflux, this fills up. So this is actually not the most eloquent solution. Then that machine just wastes a bunch of stuff. Should be easy enough to fix though. Like really easy to fix, in fact. Should just be a stack inserter here, which we just use the filter of iron ore. And we want the iron ore going down there anyways. It'll just get picked up, put into the box, and immediately distributed out. So, very easy fix. How did it get so much bacteria in there? Oh, are you taking it from the provider chest? Can you take it from a provider chest? That's interesting. I didn't think that would be a consequence of this being a provider chest. You know, that does make sense. If it's a provider chest, that it would provide things. There we go. I didn't realize that you were like self-looping yourself. Cool. So this will empty now. It won't pull stuff from here over and over again. That almost sushi built it in a way. That's probably why we ended up getting so much spoilage in there, because it kept requesting. Oh, that's what it was doing. It was requesting it from here, filling itself up here. I was like, there's no way we made that much over here. That makes more sense. Oh man, Gleb is so weird. But either way, we have our iron flowing again, which means we have our circuits flowing again, so everything is kind of working again is the important thing. And I would love to have green circuits in a box for the love of everything. Just a few. Red circuits too. I feel justified now that I fixed the ore problem. I want just copper also. Great point. I was like, the copper is also looking kind of sad. I wonder what happened to it. Who can say, really? Copper ore. And then steel box. I had no idea that that's what we were doing. I really like this little design here. It looks nice. Distributing it out is really satisfying. Cool. Novice is being attacked, and that's fine. Gleb is missing a red thingy. Oh, I guess I ran out of red inserters. I should go just pick up that stuff anyways. I need to put ammo in this. It's driving me crazy. It can have just some yellow bullets. Oh, we finished a science at one point, which is kind of cool. I don't think we're doing science now. We are doing science now. When did we finish that science? I don't know, but great. So we have carbon fiber now, which I think is going to be necessary for rocket turrets. We do need carbon fiber. We need... How do we get carbon fiber? Does it take coal? That would... I mean, it surely takes carbon. Okay, carbon and Yumako mesh. Another demand for Yumako mesh. My goodness. That is not what I meant to get rid of. I mean, it is what I meant to get rid of, but at the same time, should probably keep the water flowing. Heck. Wait, we're also like processing our Yumako as fast as we're growing it. That's crazy. We had like a big old belt of Yumako. Do I gotta expand the Yumako production out? Me? Oh boy, I'm excited to leave Gleba and go work on the ship. Gleba? Heck me. Alright, well, I'll start making some landfill. Guess we'll do a second one over there. That's crazy. You use so much Yumako compared to Jelly Nut. Now, carbon fiber is something we can technically limit. How do we get carbon? Coal and sulfuric acid. Ah, okay. So it looks like we have two options here. Because I think we're getting the research right now for some coal thing. Coal synthesis, which is sulfur, carbon, and water. So... we need to either ship down the coal or the carbon from space, which is something we could do. We can make a space platform and just ship it down. Oh, there's a spoilage one. Okay, that's actually super easy to make carbon then. That's a lot more eloquent. I was like thinking we could crush it and send it down, which I don't even think is a terrible idea, but burnt spoilage, 6 spoilage to 1 carbon's not bad. How much carbon is needed for a carbon fiber? Oh, it's only 1. Still, the Yumako is like, yikes. This is also like a little bit alarming. I guess our power is going up. Anytime our temperature is not maxed out, it means we're using a good chunk at times. Yeah, it's a good call out on the spoilage. I'm glad I'm doing productivities on these now, I guess. Yeah, we just start hemorrhaging them whenever we start processing our ores. It's a real issue. I guess I could cut the production down. I definitely need to prioritize science, like no question about it. As long as these eggs are like on the board, plus like science is just wicked important. Like look at that, we've basically run out of our science, but we've almost done rocket turrets, which is kind of cool. How do I fix this though? Perhaps I'm just too ambitious in how I'm processing them. This needs to improve. Morale needs to improve. I forgot the Starfarer came back. If our ships were better too, we'd be able to make supply runs a lot easier. Quite the conundrum. Well, clearly the start is to grow more Yumako. Like that's like step one. If we're not processing Yumako 100% of the time, we're not succeeding. So we're going to work on getting some more Yumako trees down. I don't see another path to success past that because, you know, it all comes from the beginning. And this is like a very easy visual, something's going wrong here. These things survive an hour on a belt. So let's put them on a belt for an hour. Let's have them sit there for a little bit. Okay, so it looks like there is a limitation where we can put these, which is fine. I'm hoping to just process here. Just to keep it like close, but not overlapping ideally. I guess here would be the most logically nice spot to put it just because of the locale next to the bell. This does seem to have a good chunk of spaces. I'm gonna do it. There's like a big old place to our north we can set up too, but I really want to keep things localized, especially with how our pollution's looking. And our defenses are like really weak right now. We do have a single artillery, but that's really not like a sufficient amount to defend us. I was really hoping to eke out rocket turret. Is the Artemis like... Okay, yeah, it's just building up supplies and then going. We definitely need to work on how slow it is. A lot to think about. So... okay, we will make a... agricultural tower, is that what it's called? What are we missing? Some spoilage. I thought that this radar was a stomper for some reason. I saw it like spinning and I was like, I'm dead. I don't know how it got here. But I will not be surviving today. And here I was thinking, oh boy, I'm so excited to be able to enjoy a beautiful day. Not on Gleba. I mean, I don't dislike Gleba, don't get me wrong. I'm certainly being overdramatic. I had plans. Gleba craves my attention. I'm glad someone does, to be honest. I'll take it. Gleba, I will take care of you. I think we're about to run out of juice. How many of these do we have left? Heck, I'm so bad at menuing, it's like a real travesty. We have 75? Oh, we still have like a solid amount, actually. gonna have the bots pick this up, but I think it's much faster to just manually do this kind of Stromalite, because how much will be on the ground? The ship is not going. The ship was gonna go, believe me. But then Gleba decided it wanted all of my attention. But we'll get back to the ship in a bit. Baby steps. Alright, and this should be as easy to set up as just 2 inserters, one leading in and one leading out. I am getting concerned with our spores. They are approaching the end of our one thing. So I think I'm going to have the Starfarer come back here again, but this time with a request for a few artilleries. I was making the ammo on site, but I don't have a few 20. Oh, I should make that import from here. I'm making the ammo on site in Novice, but not on Volcanus. Surely I have some artilleries made here, right? Artillery turrets. Sure do. I even have one uncommon one. That's artillery wagon, which is a fun mistake that I made previously. In fact, I could probably find it on Novice. I believe it's the southernmost one. Not that one. There it is. This was like one of the first ones I made. And I was like, ah, nuts. Well, better put it down anyways. It can hold 90 shells in it. Can they always hold 90? That feels like a crazy amount. Oh, you haven't gotten any more shells. I see. Okay, so you've started planting a quite tremendous amount of juice, which is quite nice. We only have a few more artificial Yumako left, but I don't even think we can really use it anywhere. I think they only normally load 10 a turret. I wonder if I like manually did that then. I also need to be careful because not that we need the artillery on Novice right now, but I've been kind of just like using the Starfarer for like all of my needs. The Artemis is currently above Novice. I wonder, can I put a request in for ammo? I sure heckin' can. I think that might be what I do, just to like get the ball rolling. Did I ever make laser turrets? I feel like I didn't. I did. No, I totally did because the walls were getting annoying. I love that you can put 10 turrets attack only one shell. It's crazy, right? That like, I thought about that too. It's like, all right, here's your one artillery shell. Good luck feeding it into one of these turrets because apparently 10 of these turrets weighs the same as it. That's a heavy shell. Wow, these have already grown really quickly. I really want to just set up a big old wall around our base, some artillery shells. I mean, honestly, a wall might not even matter on Gleba. My expectation is that the big lads will just walk over everything, so it may not even matter. But I do want some turrets and stuff around our defensive points, particularly where the spores are, to defend everything. Perhaps I'll start making some concrete and walls soon. Where the heck is this stone going? When did I mine this? Oh, this was for the concrete. Eh, heck yeah, we'll turn this into walls then. Forgot that this was a thing. Wow. Past me is killing it. Is it stone bricks for walls or is it just stone? Surely it is stone bricks. It is in fact stone bricks. And I don't really feel a need for... I mean, honestly, I do want to keep the concrete too. Because we can use concrete to start, like, terraforming the planet. I never really do that on planets, but there is some luxury to being able to move around, especially on a bigger place like this where I'm moving a solid chunk. This is my last crafter as well, so you know what we'll do in the meantime is while the Artemis is chilling over here, we will put in a request for assembling machine 3s, and we will ask for 50 of them. 100. We're living large. Bots cannot hold many of these, or I guess rockets can't hold many of these at once. It's only 25. Oh yeah, that is 25. Wow, okay. I actually don't want a crazy amount of those. I didn't realize just how few of them you could fit. That's crazy. Okay, I'll only ask for 200 of them. I don't really want to spend like, you know, 40 rockets getting a little bit of ammo over here. I'd rather make the ammo on site anyways. So these are going to be walls. I don't know how pentapods interact with walls, but I would like to have walls, so walls I shall have. I'm going to set up another thing here, and then a thing here, and then bada bing, bada boom. The important thing about walls, I think, now is one, I'm sure the big pentapods can just walk over it, but it might serve as a distraction while our turrets and artilleries do other things to keep us alive. So let us go and place a box here. And this will just be fine on its own. The walls will build up pretty quickly over time. Concrete as well if we want to start putting it down. I don't know if I want to yet. I kind of like how this place looks. I'm not often one to put down concrete. My concern now is we're actually not making like enough spoilage, but I'm sure we are, and I'm just being like over hesitant. I do think I want to build up a little buffer of carbon right now though. So what is the carbon made in? Is it just an assembling machine? I guess it'd be burnt carbon. It's in a biochamber, which is why I can't see it because I can't make it by hand. I assume, unless I don't have the research yet, but I assume I have the research. I do. I don't know the best way to do this. Oh, we need to put Yummy in you as well. Maybe here's not the best place. Where can I put you on the line where you're going to get access to carbon or to spoilage? I guess up here is not a terrible idea. Any of the yummy that spoils in here will just output spoilage. So spoilage in, spoilage out, yummy in, and then we could have our carbon out, which I'm going to just store for now. I'm gonna just efficiency module this. This will actually give us a higher chance of spoiling some of the nutrients, I guess. It's 6 spoilage to 1 nutrients, and this line does not produce much of it. I think we're too efficient. Maybe we're too good at this game. That's certainly the problem. Look, it's beautiful. Our Yumako has started to back up again really rapidly, actually. Okay, so I'm pretty worried about us getting attacked right now, if I'm being honest with you. I don't think there's anything else I urgently want from here, but I am pretty concerned about being attacked. So I'm going to send the Starfarer here immediately. And honestly, this is fine. I guess I'll wait. No, I don't want to wait. It's waiting for rocket to arrive. I'll wait for the last ones of those, and I'll send that back over here as well. I'm going to trust auto-targeting says nothing moved in, but last time auto-targeting didn't see stuff right here, so I don't know if auto-targeting works on Gleba inhabitants or not. I think it does, because I don't see why it wouldn't. And no, I feel like I activated it before and it turned. I don't know. I guess we could set up a chunk of radars to like reveal stuff too. Oh, my headcanon is the ammo needs to be very carefully packed in the rocket to not go off during the rocket launch. Oh, that's like a really solid point. As cool as it would be to see a rocket just flying through space with bullets flying out of it randomly, which is kind of what we do, but rather than randomly, it's meticulously with turrets. Probably not the most efficient. So the Artemis and the Starfarer are arriving on Gleba. The Starfarer is arriving first, so we will drop off everything once this arrived. It's quite low on thruster oxidizer. It takes a little bit of time to get here, but that's okay. Wonderful. So it's like completely out of thruster oxidizer. I could just kind of send it now and it would make it to where it needs to go just very slowly. But for now, I'm going to just let it build up some tanks and be safe. I'm going to leave this thing. We'll have to check on it later. The Artemis has now arrived at its home, and we will drop off the uranium, and we will drop off the assembling machine. The uranium ammo, I should say, not just uranium. We're not moving quick enough to keep our science going with the agricultural science. That's another thing that we need to focus on. That was part of why I was looking at the ship in general, to make it a little bit better. Okay, so we have a bunch of goodies here now. We have a boatload of belts apparently too. Okay. So now we have a bunch of artilleries instead of some artilleries. I figure overkill is underrated, right? So we'll design like a cluster. I'm hoping that these can function like labs and pull ammo from each other. I don't know if they can. You don't need power. No, you do need power. You do. I guess I could just do a requester chest, actually. And then you just request a bunch of shells. Those are the wrong shells. No, those are the right shells. We'll do 30 shells. Okay, it totally can. Great. And this way, if anything becomes in the walls, I guess it'll just rain hellfire really inefficiently, probably. Maybe it'll be... Okay, it's just like a little one. I didn't think they were going to fire instantly, to be honest with you. But that means this works. This don't matter too much. The dream is real, okay? I designed it in a kind of stinky way, but we can fix it. Surely this results in all of them saturating eventually in a big circle. You know, I'm gonna take out these middle ones. I like how it looks without them. Yeah, this is the good stuff. The nice thing about this, like unironically, is they are just going to always go, actually. I was wrong about this being the right play. Removing this does in fact solve my problem. Oh, they're just returning. I thought they were seeing more in real time. I was like, unbelievable. The audacity of these heckin' jerks. Okay, so one of them doesn't have any juice, but that's fine. But now if anything spawns nearby, these will immediately rain hellfire. The downside of this, keep this in mind, this is not like a flawless thing, is that if there's like stompers or anything in that area, well, we're heckin' hecked. Also, our pollution may go like past that. So I actually want to change one of our researches to more artillery range, I think. 16,000? Are you messing with me right now? I mean, I'll do it, but I'm not happy about it. So interesting. What is one of those? What is one of these? Wait, that's kind of crazy, isn't it? Isn't that like way more fuel than the normal thing? Carbon, calcite. It takes calcite though, but that should be doable. I mean, I wonder how annoying it is to get a bunch of calcite. I mean, that makes so much of it though that surely we could just go swing by Volcanus every now and then and just pick up calcite. That's so much fuel. That makes calcite now. Oh, yeah, we got to redesign the ships. That's crazy. I was thinking we were going to have to go pick up calcite, and I was like, I can work that in. Wow. That's so nice. All right, so it's going to be a lot more complex. I mean, I don't even think it's going to be that much more complex. It's really just fit calcite into the recipe, and then suddenly your fuel issues are fixed. That's crazy. Gleba really does have everything. All right, so anyways, for now, I'd like to get the research for... Honestly, I'm a little bummed I went for rocket turrets before that, but that's fine. I just thought they were going to be neat, to be honest with you. There's spoilage in this box. What the heck's going on here? Ah, this is the self-contained Spoiltopia for sulfur. I forgot that it was a thing. I should have just copy-pasted, but I'm a dumb McIdiot and didn't do that, so... Time to suffer from the consequences of my actions. This is the wrong recipe, but we will fix it over to the correct one. This seems like a much better place to make the burnt stuff. At least for in a temporary location. I don't really know what I want to do for the burnt spoilage yet. Because again, the biosulfur just kind of like wastes time. Why aren't you pulling... Oh, right, because that's in the main slot of it. I wish there was still like another way to get more of it. I just don't want to take away so much spoilage that we start suffering. Which I know is like unlikely to happen. Either way, let's just put this in a box for now and it'll be our future us problem. Really how I like really don't like solving problems. I was just going, hey, put it in a box. So hopefully we won't stick with that for too long. This should keep a perimeter around us at least. How are we doing on walls? We should probably start making roboports as well. I mean, we could just put down the walls ourselves. It'll take longer without roboports. Like a lot longer. I mean, it'll be quicker in like the second, but with roboports it would be way faster overall. Because I could just set it and forget it. I really just want to wall off this area because if this breaks, then like the entire base shuts down. So being able to wall this off would be a real boon. Man, Gleba just sounds so weird sometimes. I think we're gonna need more landfill in this. It's super squelchy. That's like the perfect word for it. Holy moly. I'm hoping to put down some rocket turrets. This area specifically is just so... You have to defend it, I feel. I do think that one set of walls is not going to be sufficient, for the record. Oops. Heck, I'm glad I'm not over there. If I was, I'd have to deal with the consequences of my actions. But instead, I'm happily over here, dealing with the consequences of my other actions. No, stop. That's my worst nightmare. Now I'm gonna have a landfill there and people are gonna think I'm dumb. Heck. Bad end unlocked. We don't think you're dumb, Miko. We know you're dumb. Alright, thanks. Yeah, I'm straw chattering myself. Honestly, I think I'm gonna undo this part. You can pick up landfill? Oh, there's no way that that's real. You literally just coded that into my game right now. I actually don't believe that that's a real feature of the game. Holy cow. That's not real. I know I'm experiencing it and it has to be real, but I don't believe it. That was some witchcraft. Holy cow. How is stuff looking downstream right now? Not 100% uptime because the jelly. Honestly, we could just add another jelly one too. Although I'm surprised because mathematically I thought we would have been fine. Think at 2.0 added? That's pretty cool. I didn't mean to pick up that RoboPort. Like, I wanted to pick up that RoboPort, don't get me wrong. I just didn't think it would. I held right click. I did everything that was required to pick up the RoboPort. I was just profoundly silly in that moment. You know, there's something to be said about that. Why am I copying that one when I could instead copy this one? Okay, so that's an easy step up to the jelly production. Missing a couple modules, so I'm going to quickly make those. Seems to be running better now. It's so unfortunate. I really... I wish I could figure out how to fix this better, I guess is where I'm at. Like, it's not that big of a deal, but like morally I'm disgusted by it. Oh hey, our rocket turret is going again. Wait, we can actually just research Spidertron after that? Can we make that? We sure can. It's actually not that bad to make, surprisingly. God, Spidertrons are so cool. Heck, I don't know what I want. Probably something like this. That artillery shell range 6 takes 16k science, and our setup is just not doing enough. But I would really like it because I just want to be able to have range past where our spores are going to reach. But yes, we have saturated belts now. Gleba really is just like where it's at. Haters will say it's fake, but believers will know that it's real. I'm getting stuck on everything. Let me through. Oh, right. I was going to send the ships out. Specifically the Starfarer was just sitting here until it had some fuel. God, you make fuel so slow. You're doing great. I'm not mad at you, Radiant Starfarer. You're actually just doing incredible, and I'm sorry for coming off like I was disappointed in you, because genuinely, you've done so much for the dream, if I'm being honest with you, and you don't deserve the flack that I was just throwing to you, admittedly. I think I'm going to have you just go back to doing science. Cool, so there's rocket turrets research, which gives us access to coal synthesis, which I assume we need because... Why would we need coal synthesis? Do rockets take explosives, which take coal? That's what it is. Explosive probably takes coal and sulfur. Coal and sulfur. I'm guessing we ran out of ammo up here. We did. It's been so long since the Starfarer has successfully... I'm sending it to the wrong planet too. Can I save that really quick? Not really. It's been so long since the Starfarer has really been able to do anything that it hasn't dropped off any ammo at Novice for a while. So Novice has like enemies in its walls that have expanded, but it cannot deal with them. So I'm going to just let it do its thing for a while. If I have to use anything, I'm going to just use the... What the heck is my global ship called? The Artemis. I was going to say the Galactic Nova, and I was like, this isn't Kirby. Okay, my brain's like heckin' scrambled. I was so sure that I was just about to hop off Kleba. I was like, cool, let's go work on the ship. But I'd rather make sure that when we leave, everything is like better, you know? So if something really bad does happen, we can deal with it, you know, when the time comes, rather than like, I guess, have something, a contingency plan in place, you know? Rather than just like, oh, I hope that nothing bad happens. Oops, there goes the base. No, please. What have I done? I still can't believe you can pick up landfill. Like, unironically, that's crazy tech. I believe this is north of our whole base. Yeah, it is. Just a defensive perimeter. Walls don't go like super crazy, but if we get some roboports and stuff with repair packs, we can hold this place down just like we set up the big wall around Novice. Now, I have considered that at one point I may want to expand out to this patch here. I don't know when that'll be, and I think that if I do, it'll be like a good chunk of time from now. But, you know, it's not that big of a deal anyways. We can just set up trains and then have the trains bring over the requisite... I mean, honestly, I was going to say, like, trains would be silly because they could spoil, but it wouldn't even really matter because the stuff is, like, an hour spoil time. I didn't realize we're actually in Roboport range here, so we can just kind of, like, set and forget all this. Cool. Cool. How do you make roboports? Is it something we can make on site? Certainly we can, but is it like a pain in the butt to set up with our limited materials? Because I still haven't solved the iron. It's a good chunk of stuff. I think it's doable though. Never done a Gleba train-based place, but I'd love to try sometime for the farms at least. Yeah, I think it's a cool idea. I was kind of like laughing about it, like, haha, that's such a silly idea when I was saying it initially, but then I was like, wait a minute, this ain't so bad. Okay, so we haven't been making steel for a while. These boxes still aren't filled yet? That's actually crazy. I guess it's just the blue circuits downstream. This is like a really basic setup, but I was just hoping it would go so much further. Oh god. It would have been really nice if it just kind of lasted forever. You're looking healthier, but I think you're only looking healthier because you just started up again recently, perhaps. But also maybe it's just because I improved my my jelly nut. Keeping the iron running at all times would be such a big W in my book. I don't think it's viable to happen. but it really would be because we make so little ore in actuality. Our furnace stacks are much bigger than necessary. Oh, I'm so excited for this asteroid processing. Honestly, we could probably start designing a better ship the moment that that gets finished. That is necessary for the Artemis to like go pick up science and go back and stuff though, which is annoying. Because like, what's our current recipe? This makes 82.5 per second. What's the normal one? Surprised thruster fuel's not there. I guess I could check the Factoriopedia. Thruster fuel. Makes 75. That's like, this is gonna solve everything. Look at that, 75 versus 1.7 1.5k. That's like crazy. Like, I am beside myself. And the recipe's only difference, I guess it does need more water, so we'll have to deal with that. But it's really the calcite. I mean, water is also kind of a limiting factor depending on how close we are to the sun, right? Because I think there's less ice there, but maybe the reprocessing also gives us a way to get more ice. Yeah, I mean, as long as we get more ice even from that. Now, we will have the luxury of choosing what we want to do advanced processing for. The copper ore is interesting. We could, I don't know if it would be worth it, but we could theoretically make armor-piercing rounds. I can't imagine it's worth it. I mean, maybe it is. No, there's no chance. It'd be more efficient on the belt, but then we'd have to set up, like, steel. And that's slow to smelt in the first place. I don't think that that's worth it. I do think we're gonna have to redesign much of this area, though. Which, you know, makes sense. I haven't worked on the spaceship in a while. Oh man, the iron's actually starting to look okay. It's interesting that this one line is getting chunked down so quickly, but maybe we're saved. Right, I wanted to put productivity modules in this, but I didn't end up doing that. Because these are our miners, right? So putting productivity modules in the miners is just like a logical decision to make. Or efficiency, I suppose, but either way. Maybe I'll do half and half. The less yummy we use as well, like the less of this nutrient needs to go, or this needs to go into nutrients. The bioflux, which I almost called mutagel for the 900th time. It kind of makes sense to me. Especially if we have all these efficiency modules. Does it slow it down? No, it just reduces energy consumption. Oh, we should have been slamming these the whole time. I was thinking those slowed it down like the other modules do. With that setup, I am kind of expecting there to be a time in which all of our artilleries fire at something that spreads, but that thing that spread already has things attached to it, like a stomper or something. And if they don't successfully kill the stomper, then those things will be brought to us, which will be a problem, which is why I'm hoping that we can get some... honestly, I don't even know if rocket turrets are going to be the play. Like, we could set up rocket turrets, but how are we going to feed them right now? I mean, rocket turrets are almost certainly the play. They're just heckin' cool, I guess, is why I want to make them. But... So it's 20 carbon fiber, which is not bad. 4 rocket launchers, 4 processing units, 20 steel, 20 iron gear wheels. They're not terrible to make on their own. Like, they do take a good chunk, but they're not crazy. But what I'm thinking is we don't even have the carbon fiber set up yet, so we should start by setting up carbon fiber somewhere. Let us apply these for now. I have some productivity in the furnaces, but we have so few circuits here. I'm not gonna sweat it too much. Let's delete some of these blueprints too. Is there like a quick way to do it? Ah, this is fine. Kinda want to keep that one and put it in a book at some point. These ones were interesting at least, but the tiny ones that I sometimes accidentally save, I don't really have an interest in keeping. Okay, so these are now seemingly basically full capacity. Okay, carbon fiber. I'm really bouncing around today. I'm having trouble focusing. So it's carbon and Yumako mash. We have carbon, but we're making it very, very slowly. We only need the carbon fiber for making the turrets right now. What else is carbon fiber used for? I think that's an important way to look at it to see how much we're going to want to do. It's made in a biochamber and it's used in stack inserters. Uh-oh, we're probably going to want those. Foundation. Okay, so this is to allow you to build on lava and stuff. That's cool. Quantum processor, that also looks like it's probably important, and it seems like it takes something fancy from each planet, maybe? By the tungsten carbide and the superconductors and the carbon fiber. Portable fusion reactor, probably won't need a crazy amount of those, but it still takes some. Tool belt equipment gives us more inventory bonus. That's interesting. Rocket turret and then railgun turret. Oh no, that's so cool. All right, so it doesn't take a crazy amount other than the foundation and the quantum processors, and I'm kind of funny feeling we're gonna need a chunk of these, unfortunately, as well as the stack inserters. So it really does look like we're gonna want an okay amount of carbon fiber. I know I keep moving this, but I'm like, I think we could just eat most of our spoilage at this point. I think with how the base is processing, this can probably keep us mostly running, because like this doesn't produce much heat. Each one of these are like 0.5% of heat, right? And when this reaches under, what is it, 600? Yeah, when this reaches under 600, it outputs to that, which then pulls in and then turns on. I think that with how we have the base set up now, plus I think we have like a crazy amount of rocket fuel sitting in a box. We do. I think I could stop running the base on spoilage. I think I'm going to still keep this line existing, but I think I'm going to put the priority towards making carbon fiber. That could have really, I was going to say unforeseen, but I'm going to call it foreseen consequences. Hopefully there won't be any, but it's entirely possible that there could be. The one thing I'm thinking about is how am I going to get Yummy down here? I could just move this whole thing downwards a little bit. Alternatively, I think I'm going to just set up a splitter here and do something like this. We don't need a crazy amount of Yummy, which is a little bit unfortunate, but we do need some. The nice thing about this is anything excess will just be usable in these recipes, I guess. I don't know. Heck. I keep bumping into these situations where everything could be perfect, but then it's not. A Miko story. Oh, I'll just move them closer together. Okay, so we will do something similar to what we had before. I just like copy pasting the ones that have the spoilage recipe on them. These are not currently like outputting properly. So I'm glad that there's no spoilage that these ever make, but it's still nice to have the contingency because if something breaks, then it breaks real bad. Do we have a blue spoilage one that I could be lazy and copy? I've come out this far. Surely there's a single blue. There it is. Spoilage inserter. Okay, so put those there so that can actually output spoilage. It basically never, ever will with how much it consumes, but that's okay. So now we can have this output spoilage and then input spoilage like this. So any excess spoilage that shows up will be fine. I'm going to have it so that there's output priority left here for spoilage. Then I'm going to have it go underground here. And then simply we will have the spoilage feedback here. There's just a little sushi belt at the end of spoilage. That way our carbon fiber makers can, or I guess our carbon makers can successfully leach some of the spoilage back that they might lose from the end of this belt here. And that's carbon. We should definitely filter this so it doesn't pull spoilage out, because it still can, even though we have some of them filtered. So I think it still can. All right, so that's carbon being made. I don't really know how much per minute we're going to need or how much we're really going to meaningfully make, but this is like at least a flow of it, and that means we can make carbon fiber pretty easily. I think, what did carbon fiber need again? Just one carbon and then Yumako mesh. We are making Yumako mesh over here, so I think I'm going to just belt the carbon over. I kind of forgot about that being part of the equation, but I don't think it's that bad in practice. So I will hopefully just bring this back up through here. A little bit of spaghetti, but... Oh no, my carbon. But I think it still kind of looks nice in a way. I think it's just very gleba-y to me. Long curvy belts is like what makes me think about gleba. We can probably pick these up now. Is Gleba the planet's name? Yeah, so this is Gleba that we're on right now. This like green, very like nutrient-y one. This is Volcanus, which is like lava and industry and stuff, and Novice is the first one. The room tuck a beacon in the center of those bacteria biochambers. It's an interesting thought. Oh my gosh, is there? Oh, it's gonna look so good too. What a great idea. It's like it was made for it. Whoever designed this factory is a genius. No, really though, I appreciate it. That's cool. Oh my god, see, this is the kind of design I live for. What are we putting here? Speed? Efficiency? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Thanks, I stole it from your Bioflux setup. Teamwork makes the dream work and all that. That's awesome. Thought I figured that out, but I wanted to confirm yes. So the next place we're going to go to is Fulgora, which is the lightning place. And then I don't remember what the Aquila. I was going to say Aquapolis, but that is an entirely different thing. Aquila is the final one we'll be going to. Yeah, the lightning one seems super neat. This seems like there's some really cool things you can do with it. It's funny, I thought I was making a bunch of extra biochambers to send to other planets, but apparently I was making them for this planet after all. Oh, we're still going to need some yummy here. Interesting. I didn't consider that yummy would be part of our equation. Well, thankfully we have a offline right here, so we can just grab some yummy. That is the one place, or one of the few places I cannot grab yummy. I can grab it here, though. I want to waste as little of it as possible, which is a little bit tough to accomplish. I think I'm going to move this up one area. Then I'm going to have the yummy come through here, because then the yummy can just like offload in a really satisfying way. Output priority right, and we'll do spoilage there, because I believe this is a spoilage line. Cool beans. Honestly, I'm gonna just do it like that, I think. I keep thinking my stack inserter is around 3, and I don't know why. We probably don't even need stack inserters, to be honest with you. This is probably just fine blue inserters. Alright, carbon fiber. I would like to productivity the living heck out of this because we're not making much carbon right now, and carbon fiber seems quite useful, if I do say so myself. We will set up a couple of these. I think the ideal is to have it so that... Can I make a few more of these? No, we need iron. I'm sure we have plenty of iron sitting around. Wait a minute, we're making steel again. Is nature healing at last? I can't believe it. The factory is saved. Until the next catastrophe. The mod for Underwater Planet Meraxis, but I haven't tried it yet. That sounds so cool. I don't know much about Aquilo at all. I know that it exists. I know that it exists. I know that... I guess there is ice on it for sure. It's a freezing wasteland. Then there's the solar system edge. I don't know anything about the Shattered Planet at all. I think that the goal is to reach the Shattered Planet, but I'm not entirely sure what that takes or what that entitles or what sort of stuff you get from Aquilo at all. I do know a little bit about Volcanus Gleba and Fulgora. But much of what I learned was like playing a game with friends where like everyone kind of went to their own planet and did their own thing. So I didn't get like a great experience learning. Like Volcanus, the first time I ever touched it was going here. But I've certainly never been to anything like Aquilo or whatnot. So that'll be fun to see as well. I lost track of what I was doing. Oh right, it was going to be making more of these because I wanted to do undergrounds. We're also kind of low on undergrounds. I mean, honest to goodness, we probably don't need more than 2 of these, like realistically. Something that we currently lack is an off-put for our icky, our spoilage. So I will make a few of these in my inventory really quick. I'll have a few... Cool. I'll have a few carbon fibers outputting here, and then I'll have a different line outputting spoilage. But let's make sure that we filter this. We have already not filtered it. Carbon fiber. Fulgora is going to be really fun. I'm looking forward to the things that Fulgora brings. I think we're going to get real funky with quality if I have it my way. Spoilage. As long as we're not wasting anything, as long as it becomes spoilage and that spoilage makes it somewhere, I'm feeling like none of this is too bad. Boom. The spoilage goes back down the spoilage line. And now we have a little bit of carbon fiber outputting here. I don't know what I'm going to do with this carbon fiber yet, but we have it, and that's something important. Also, it seems like we're making a good chunk of the carbon on its own now, too. How is the factory's heat going? Honestly, there's just so much of this that's still making it to the end that it's just fine. This top line is now getting a lot more spoilage because of how we've set things up, so nice. Take a peek at things. Still a little bit low on the mutagel that's not mutagel. This does worry me looking at this. That's a little bit scary. I'm gonna hope that that's a consequence of me messing with belts a little bit. But the nutrients being like this does put the fear in me. We can module the nutrients. I should be moduling everything on this planet. That's what I've learned. I mean, it should be on really every planet, but this planet especially. When in doubt, a module can fix a thing that doesn't... I was gonna say it doesn't need fixing. A thing that could be fixed with a module is a good thing to fix. Miko 2023. Although I feel like productivity module makes you actually output less of them. I mean, you output more of them over time. Yeah, I feel like thematically the burnt spoiled carbon recipe ties Gleba together. Yeah, it's like super cool. Instead of just dumping it into nothing and using it, I mean, it uses as like a little bit of fuel. Okay, this is actually backing up now. Cool. So it was just like what I had said. No, it's not. Okay, we need to fix the problem. It's fine. Everything's fine. Stop panicking. All right, you can start panicking because I'm panicking. I don't have a planikin. I actually can like almost fit a beacon in here. I totally can too. I could totally fit a beacon in here. I could fit a beacon in here so hard. You're just like, I don't mean to like lash out at you, but you're just jealous at how ridiculously hard a beacon's gonna fit it here in like 10 seconds. Like you don't have a clue. Kind of forgot how math worked for a second. That's a real rough time. Maybe you're not jealous. Maybe you understand what I'm putting down, and I appreciate that you appreciate that. I did it backwards. How could this happen to me? Well, that nutrients is gonna... it'll be fine. It'll just spoil at one point. I am jealous. Oh no, I'm sorry. You come and take a shower with me? It's been a while since I've like done a co-op shower. Thanks for having me on the show. I appreciate it. These output so little spoilage that I think that the red inserters will be just fine. Alright, so how many is this per second? 53.1. So it actually gets slower. So we probably want to split it instead. How is this? Ruh-roh. Me dumping a crazy amount of nutrients into the spoilage line. I mean, it will spoil, but yikes. I've made some really grave errors here. The thing is that we can actually output way more nutrients per second than this too. Maybe that's the solution. Maybe I lied about the beacon. Maybe I deceived you all along. I'm sorry. But I just thought you should hear it from me. Oh my god, Gleba did the thing again where it goes wow randomly and throws me off. I'm gonna help this. Oh my god, all those nutrients wasted. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Shaq is coming here in August. Should I get tickets to see DJ Diesel? Send it. Sounds like an experience of a lifetime for ya. You know what I should be doing as well? Kind of a lack of efficiency check here. I could just be having this dump in addition. No, don't burn my carbon. I really just want the spoilage out of there. Honestly, I'll just put a little wooden dump chest here. This will be our secret. Don't tell anyone. Please, please don't tell anyone. Got the email that says DJ Diesel and I know who that is. That's Shaq. I had no idea Shaq was DJ Diesel. But I am happy for your enthusiasm. Okay, cool. So this does seem to be the problem solved. Which means that I can do my original plan of productivity modules, which will save us on IO Flux, which is not mutagel, and I don't know why anyone thought it was. Oh god, every time I change one thing, something else is like, oh, this is profoundly slow now. Why are you so slow? Make more bioflux. You're too slow. Ah, one of your grabby hands can't grab, I see. This is a real error that has existed for a long time. Somehow you have like a comparable amount of products finished too, which is really remarkable. I did it wrong. I guess it's a consequence of these two being at the end of the chain anyways. That should be slightly better. At least we have some bacteria in here still, so even though this is like dying right now. As long as there's some bacteria to pull into that, honestly that's such an eloquent solution now that it actually works. How's everything looking here? Have we done any more science? Where's the Artemis? How are you, Artemis? Are you good? You vibin'? Imbibin'? You just arrived back. Good job. I'm shocked that we seem to ship off the science like practically as quickly as we make it, but we'll have to... I mean, the quicker that we ship it off, the better. So it's not a bad thing that we're effectively making too little science compared to how quickly we ship it. So is the 600 seconds pass too slow for the Artemis, though, or too quick? It gets so little thruster fuel. I'm going to be so excited when we finish this research. I might just, like, go fix the Artemis immediately. Put everything else on hold for a while. I really hate that the iron getting conked every time. Okay, anyways, back to what I was doing before I got distracted like 7 times. We have carbon fiber that we're now producing, which is pretty cool. We want to turn that carbon fiber into rocket turrets and ideally make some rockets for them as well on site that can just be fed into them. We can make a rocket turret ourselves. I think I'm going to quickly make one by hand just to see what it looks like. But what else do we need? Processing units. We have those made already. Gear wheels. We have those made. Steel plates. And we don't have rocket launchers yet being made. The thing about this is I think I'm going to just requester chests to make these simply because I don't need to craft a requester chest simply because it's so like innocuous. We're not going to need to make a crazy amount of them. I don't feel like saturating a bunch of belts with a bunch of like rocket turrets and stuff, you know. I'd rather just make the rocket turrets, put them in a box, then move them when we need more of them. Or not rocket turrets, excuse me, rocket launchers. Not that it's a terrible idea, but I'm already struggling on resources, so I'm kind of mitigating my losses here. So we are looking at rocket turrets. Carbon fiber is material number 1. Excess carbon fiber will go into a box because we will need a bunch of carbon fiber later on. It'll be nice to have some now, especially if we want to make like a Spidertron or something, which I think maybe took some, but maybe it didn't. So, carbon fiber. Quality modules in here for sure. We need processing units, iron gear wheel, and steel plate. I will copy the recipe for this, and then I will immediately remove the carbon fiber requestment. Requestment? Requestment's not a word. That's okay. We're making up words today to push our narrative. This is going to drive me crazy. So I'm going to just put 12 rocket launchers in this slot here. We already have processing units in a box. We don't have iron gear wheels in a box. But we do have steel plates in a box, so we just got to put gear wheels in a box, and then we got to make rocket launchers. And then we have our basic turret defenses for this planet set up. Without the ammo, mind you, so we still need to solve that, actually. So it's not really set up, but it's set up enough. Makes me feel better that we have some sort of like turret production being done. Thankfully, it looks like it's going to be very easy for us to set this up. Use filter, and then we will do iron gear wheel. Perhaps the most iconic shape in Factorio, the humble iron gear wheel. I'll just keep that box full of it. Having these around is nice just because if you ever need a request for something, you can do it. Although I never like change my requests ever, basically. I want to redo them so they're more organized, but I'll do that some other time. I do feel like I'm kind of on a time crunch, even though I'm really not on a massive time crunch, but I feel like I am. I think these are newly spawned because I think I cleared these out before and they were not on the map before. It's interesting that we can see them. It must be that the radar is revealing them by chance, and that's how we know they're there. Okay. So we need to set up design for rockets. Iron plate, iron gear wheel, electronic circuits. I think I will set that up down here because we have most things down here already. Like we have iron plates that go all the way down here. So we could just process these in to iron gear wheels on site and then be done. Again, I don't think we need more than like one crafter for these because we don't need a crazy amount of them. It's simple. We'll have this be iron gear wheels. I'll have this be rocket launcher. These can take prod modules. I don't think it's super necessary. And they craft fairly quickly, all things considered, since we don't need a crazy amount of them. Boom, rocket launcher on the ground. You know what? I'll take one for myself. I don't have any ammo for it, but maybe I will. Maybe I'll feel kind of cool. I haven't really used rocket launchers much, to be honest with you. How many do they stack up to? 5? Not a crazy amount, but I guess we could probably just leave the box open, but I don't really know how many we need. How many is it per rocket turret? 4. That's such an odd number since it stacks to 5, but that's no big deal. When the music gets like this, it reminds me of Terraria a lot. I don't know why. How's the Artemis doing? It's got a good chunk of science on it. It looks like 600 seconds is basically sufficient. The one downside of this is like things are just like spoiling on here, basically. Not fully, but I mean 10 extra minutes of the science not being processed is not good. What I should have done is set up quality on that, but I didn't set it up yet. But that is something I want to do. But baby steps, because I'm going to keep jumping between things and then saying baby steps and then going, oh, I'm so lost. Then I'll be looking at Volcanus and being like, this place kind of goes crazy. I'll hop on a ship and go back there for a while. Clear my head. Deal with the fact that Volcanus has its own problems. Every planet has its own problems except for Novice. Novice is just like, whatever. It's totally fine now. I just need to put that kind of love into this planet so I won't have to deal with coming back here too often. And you could just control everything from the stars. I was looking for a roboport while staring at this talking about the stars, which is in tab 1, which takes steel plates and iron gear wheels that I do not have currently. Oh, our iron is conked once more, which doesn't surprise me too much when we had a pretty big demand for iron gear wheels that I set up. I wish that I set up the iron over here versus the copper. I would have expected the copper to get conked though, and the iron to not get conked, so I'm a little bit surprised. How's everything looking down here? Once more behind the 8 ball on Yumako Mash ever so slightly. You don't think. The forbidden technique. There's no way they would let us do it twice, right? How do I exist in a state where everything I make is just so perfectly beaconable? Genuinely an engineer among engineers. It actually looks like our jelly nut is falling behind. Heck. Here once more comes the consequences of my actions, but not a problem. This one was really easy to expand out last time we had this issue, so we will go do that really quickly. Once you have a bunch of seeds, it's just like easy breezy. We can finish that in no time. Let's start with this and see what we can expand. One issue is that this locale has very little extra that we can really work with. Yeah, I don't want to double up. This looks like the biggest spot, but it goes right underneath the belts, which I can move the belts a little bit. That's not that big of a deal. I think I'll maybe do that. Shouldn't be that unfortunate to do. I think that gives us enough space. I hope it does. We've successfully bathed ourselves once again. That's big. That's a win for the day. Love that for you. Congratulations. Does it feel good? It better. You earned it, champ. Keep up the good work. I should really do like a motivational course. I feel like I kill it on that front. Inventory full. We'll just stuff a few seeds in our trash slot for now. Heck, I was trying to get it in between all the jelly nuts so I didn't waste any. My inventory's full again. Oh, jelly nut. I don't know if you should. You sounded sarcastic. I was trying to be like genuinely positive about it. Really? I mean, damn. We live in a society. You try to be supportive about a homie taking a shower and you're suddenly the villain of the show. Messed up. I think it was the champ. I have recently been elucidated on how champ can be considered to be a negative term when speaking to certain people. Sport is also very condescending, I've learned. I just think they sound fun. I don't mean to be a jerk. So I've complained about this while doing fighting games before, but my controller... Whoops, I just wasted some. My controller actually, or my keyboard is incapable of a lot of things. This keyboard doesn't have like the numbers on the right side that other keyboards have. This is like nothing. Oh, no, I can get these ones too. So I can't do like plus or minus, which is how you scale the size of the landfill in Factorio, which is why I'll often like copy paste it and do it like this, because it'll just be like the size that I want at the time. Moral of the story is I have a keyboard that's quiet for stream, but... Whoops. But apparently it's not great for actually playing things. Why can't I place it here? It looks like that one's sufficient. Weird. Oh, is it because I wasn't pushing shift? No, I just can't place that one there. I assume that that's yellow because I could place landfill there, but maybe not. Either way. I should go grab some landfill so those can actually finish the train. Why is that out of bullets? Cortisol levels increasing. Why aren't you doing your thing? Okay, those bots were just broken. No big deal. The inputs from the upper belt, so I'll actually do that instead. Outputs from this belt. Don't know exactly how I'm going to cut these back in. It should be pretty easy. I think I'm overthinking it. Hopefully this will be sufficient. Okay, so the output will be here. And we'll have a quick underground here. And then this one goes here. Cool. So now that's functioning again. One last stressor. I do need to go make some more landfill for it. Hopefully this is enough to balance it out again. It's so weird. It feels like it should have the issues a lot sooner than it does, but it takes a very long time to actually happen. I really don't understand this part either. Can I landfill there? No. Overgrowth jelly nut. Is it because I just ran out? Overgrowth jelly nut soil. What is overgrowth jelly nut soil? Like a different thing? That's like a whole different thing. Okay. You can make like super fancy soil. I didn't know that was a thing. Ooh, okay. That's actually pretty cool. That makes sense. Super fancy soil does kind of grow bananas. I was not aware of its game, and now that I am emotionally prepared for what it's going to bring me one day. Factory hasn't died somehow, thank goodness for that. Going to give an influx of iron ore that I have somehow gained into these wanting furnaces. Heck, I got distracted again. Did we end up making turrets? Nope. I didn't put the rockets in a chest that could be grabbed because I didn't make a roboport. That was what this was all about, is I was going to make a roboport and I was like, I'll grab steel, and then I saw everything breaking. Goodness, I made so many moments. There were so many moments that passed that I could have just focused for a second. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble focusing. No, don't make a stupid request or chest. All right, cool. Boom. You know what? I'll just place it here so we don't ever need that area. Honest to goodness, just send it on this chest. I don't care anymore. See if I care. So now this is making rocket turrets, which is fantastic. How many can go in a stack? It is 10 to a stack. They can be quality. I'll do this. This is already going to be like an excess of them. Once we make them up once, we don't need to make them again, so it's quite nice. This poor inserter is like, oh, can I have a carbon fiber? And the other inserter is like, nope. Oh, it did get one there. Cool. So rocket turrets exist. I did want to see what their range is like. Their range is actually quite massive. Interesting that they can't hit near themselves. So if we want to position them near the wall, we'll need to layer them in such a way where it's like they can see their own weak spots. Or another one could cover the weak spots of that one, which isn't that bad, but it's good to know. So now we need to make explosives in general, and then we can make rockets. Rockets take 2 iron plates and 1 explosive. So as long as we make explosives, rockets are super easy. Because it's just iron plates, which is very easy. Explosives are coal, sulfur, water. We have an excess of sulfur. We have an excess of water. We don't have any coal. Coal was made through... I typed in fact for Factorio. Coal. Coal synthesis. Carbon, sulfur, and water. Probably what they intend for us to use, I would imagine. Don't have access to calcite or... I guess we can get sulfuric acid here, maybe. Certainly they intend for us to do coal synthesis. It's unlocked with rocket turret too. So sulfur, carbon. We have plenty of carbon, we have plenty of sulfur. Where does our sulfur go? Maybe we don't have plenty of sulfur? Kind of thought we were cooking on the sulfur front. We have an ingredient shortage. This is in a closed loop of spoilage right now, and I don't know why. I guess because I assumed I didn't need that much of it. So it would just create its own sulfur and then loop. But I would like for it to have access to spoilage as well. So I'm going to just siphon off some from this upper spoilage lane, which already doesn't really produce a lot. Maybe there's a better way. I don't really want to have bots do it. Let me think. Is there anything nearby that makes a bunch of spoilage on the regular? Not really, but like no spoilage comes from this line at all, so I don't think that's actually an eloquent solution at all. We're going to be ripping through sulfur like a pretty significant amount now. It might just be time to move the sulfur out of this locale. I think that that's going to be the solution. We do need the sulfur down here because we're using it to make the sulfuric acid, which we're like full on our tanks now because we don't really use much of it. So I will need the sulfur to go back down there. I want to set it up over here, I think, with the carbon. Just because this has like a nice little like end of line spoilage input, which is quite nice for us. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll leave that one there on like a closed loop because it'll just make a little bit for the sulfuric acid. Maybe this is sufficient for the sulfuric acid on its own. But I'll make a separate one so that the sulfuric acid will continue to be produced on its own, where this one can also run on its own time. Really eking out the underground belts. Really disturbed that I just learned that I'm currently in a world where there is a underground belt sitting somewhere without another underground belt to accompany it. So once more I find myself in that reality, that deep cosmic horror that approaches me. You need bioflux. That's why you were so far down there. Bioflux does sit on a belt for a long time. We're already kind of hurting on it. Heck. I could theoretically just have some botted over. I guess it would be easiest to just have some of the spoilage from over here, perhaps, bend back in. I should pay attention to where the heaviest part of the spoilage that comes down the line is. It seems like it's this upper belt here. Yeah, for sure. So I'm going to have it so that... honestly, we have like everything set up for it right here, actually. We're just going to do some belt wrapping. And then setting up what I did before, just a little further down. Oh, we really need to make this underground work. No! Wait, this doesn't work. Hold on. Hey, Radiant Starfarer, how you doing? It's been a little bit. Wouldn't it be really cool, hypothetically speaking, like just, and again, it's just like a thought, so you can feel free to shoot it down if you're not really feeling it, okay? But wouldn't it be like super neat, hypothetically, if you imported some express underground belts onto your ship, and then after that, after you filled up like your requests and stuff, you went to Gleba and gave them to me as a prank. Obviously, it's not like a real thing or anything, so we don't have to pretend that it is, but just like as a prank, you bring them to me. And then I'm oh, you pranked me, haha. And you're like, haha, pranked you. And I'm like, cool. And then I keep the underground belts. Oh, apparently I'm making them here. Apparently I got desperate and was hand making them. I forgot. Yeah, just a quick funny prank. Just like a hee hee XD. You know, no one's hurt by it or anything. Just like a real, like, a knee slapper, as they say. I'm actually a little worried at how little spoilage came down here. I was hoping that this would be a little bit better for that. I'm shocked at how little spoilage we have. We're just too good. I mean, we are using up a lot of spoilage now. Heck, what a fascinating issue to have. Now, I don't have a reason at all for this bioflux to go right at all. It's already like desperately needed to the left. So I don't see a big reason to change our setup. Hey, look, the iron's working again. I don't see a big reason to change our whole setup to force it to go that way. Why are several things out of ammo over here? What is going on? I gave you yellow ammo. Something funky's happening. Something real spooky is currently taking place. Are eggs hatching? It shouldn't be possible. Are we simply getting attacked from the west? Surely my turrets would have auto-targeted it. Maybe it only auto-targets the bigger ones? But then again, how would they even attack us? We don't have any pollution over here. Yeah, no, there's nothing here. There is something here. I think that's certainly in the range of the turrets, so I'm quite surprised that they didn't react to it at all. Oh, their automatic range is much smaller than their manual range. Which one is shown by the big circle? Surely the automatic range, because I've experienced shooting past the automatic range before. But I don't think that these are attacking us. I mean, this is the automatic range for sure. Circle is manual range? Oh, snap. That changes a lot, actually. Is that a medium one? Uh-oh. Oh, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. Come on. Sweet. All right, cool. Very fascinating. The fact that there are mediums already definitely puts the fear in me. I don't know if it was super necessary to kill that one or not, but I do feel better doing it. But like, if we were being attacked from the west side, right? Surely I would have known about it. Heck, I don't know. I don't see how an egg can hatch unless I mess something up somewhere. The egg's output on this belt... Okay, that was because I had attacked them. That wasn't atypical or anything. That was not an attack wave. I didn't think that they would survive that long, so I was just ignoring them. So my hypothesis is that it is popping things that are spawning in our range, which means we need to go back to making more walls for sure. I don't know the logic that they use for spawning. There's another egg raft right there. Was that there the whole time? Dang, that was close. Looks like I gotta do the hard work myself. Okay, so they're getting kind of dense out here. Holy moly. Oh no. Oh god, I just watched a medium Stompy Wompy pop out of that in real time. Alright, cool. Cool. I see your game. I don't really feel like dealing with you right now, because that looks like a problem. Even more reason for us to focus on expediting our defensive perimeter. Because the mediums, they scare me a little bit, if I'm being straight up candid 420 honest with you. I want to set up automation for roboports. They're a bit expensive, granted. I think it would be very, very pertinent. 2 of them are out of ammo too. Alright, let's send the Starfarer to Gleba now. It has a bunch of artillery shells too. Then it'll fuel up here. It's way less efficient to let it fuel up here, but now I'm stressed out. Last thing I want is the whole factory falling because of a terrible mistake. I'm operating under the expectation that the Stompers can successfully walk over walls. I'm going to also operate under the expectation that the Striders can do it too, but the little guys will not be able to. They're so tall that I can't imagine that it's going to be viable otherwise. So I was going to make roboports. I'm going to make them over here. No particular reason. I guess just because this is like my defensive stuff, but roboports will let me from a distance spread our influence. In addition, I should probably start making substations and stuff here too, and electric poles. What the heck was I supposed to be doing again? Right, let me set up the ammo for these turrets first, because we're making a boatload of these turrets, which is nice. God, I really do get distracted over everything. Looks like we still don't quite make enough sulfur. I could switch it over to productivity modules, maybe. Those are the wrong modules. Silly goose. I could make prod 2s as well. Yeah, I was going to try to figure out how to get more spoilage. Something that comes to mind is I can have... like this machine offloaded spoilage. I guess that's actually offloading back into the system. I could just output priority left this. That'll guarantee it goes into the sulfur machine. Because not a crazy amount of spoilage comes down here anyways. Really fascinating how the factory keeps going through this cycle of like being iron fine and then not iron fine. I really didn't think sulfur would be such a big issue. Alternatively, I could just suck it up and move the bioflux down line, but also we're just like not making enough bioflux right now. It looks like our jelly nut production is fixed though, which is nice and to be expected, of course. Okay, this sulfur is certainly better. How much sulfur did we need for each thing? I don't even remember what we needed the sulfur for, to be honest with you. Ah, it was explosives, right? Honestly, this might just be sufficient on its own. Oh, no, it's for coal, which means we need it twice? Oh, no. Maybe this isn't fine. Interesting that it needs to be a chemical plant specifically. Sulfur, carbon, and water are the primary things that we need. We have water nearby here, thankfully. I don't think I could just get by eking by on this one, though. I mean, maybe I can. I'm certainly going to try. Because, like, here's the thing. We're not going to need it, like, explosives all the time. This is going to be one of those things where once it's successfully set up, it's set up, you know? It'll produce what we need over time, and then when the explosives are necessary, the explosives will fire, and then they will be remade, and then they'll be put down again. So this might just be, like, okay. It also might not be. I've accepted this. So we need the carbon as well, which the carbon is coming down here already. Question is, do I want to feed the carbon down or feed the sulfur up? This definitely isn't enough. Right, I wanted to prod mod this too. This is the like melancholic Gleba music where I feel like something went wrong. You just found out that your friend who's been with you through the whole story is actually the antagonist. But not because they're evil, but because they're misguided. You know, they thought they had the right idea, but they're trying to like save the world through like embracing darkness or whatever, and you're like, bruh, why are you doing that? You know? How's the carbon belt looking? It's almost fully backed up. I feel a little bit bad just leaving carbon sitting out. But I'm gonna just drag the belt over, I think. Because the Starfarer brought over some goodies for us. Thank you, Radiant Starfarer. Come on, bro. I thought we agreed darkness evil. Exactly. Like, come on. You were the chosen one. What gives? Okay, so let me go. The bots are probably trying to like actually resupply me. Let me go over here and grab these myself. Cool beans. These are all facing left. They fired at something recently. This was at 3 bullets before, now it's down to 2. Even more of a reason to hurry our butt up. What if we had green belts? Can we make green belts? I think we can. I feel like we gained the capability to make green belts. I keep forgetting to grab walls. I'm bouncing between 10 million things at once. I need to put up walls, but I don't have anything to put behind the walls yet. All right, let's do this first, because if we start making explosives, then we could like fix everything else. First you gotta make it, then you can make it pretty, right? Except for this is never gonna be pretty looking. Alright, so we're now producing coal on Gleba. Honestly, our sulfur is somehow like backed up, so it seems like at least some of what we did was good. So we're making coal. It's not gonna be backed up anymore. The coal needs to be used in explosives. The explosive also is like a sulfur byproduct. So we may as well just make it here, which was probably my original intent for putting it down here, but I didn't remember that that's what I was doing. I don't think that this makes it. It does not. Right. Explosives. Explosivo. Boom, boom. Cryogenic plant. I do not have a cryogenic plant, so I will have to settle with a chemical plant, which is like a cryogenic plant, but 40% less cool, which is unfortunate. That blueprint kind of freaked me out a little bit. What's the button for that? X? Perfect. Which is unfortunate, but sometimes you need to be less cool. Because we opted to not embrace the darkness, and that's really where it's showing today. Explosivo. Would also like to put productivity modules in here, so I need to really just ship over a bunch more modules. So we can have the coal go heck. The darkness is really getting to me. That's such a real thing that you have said. That's fine. I'll use a long-handed inserter. This is getting real heckin'. Just make it fit kind of energy. That's the one place that couldn't go, and it's crazy that I opted to pick that location. I guess because it just fits so well. Okay, we're making explosives. I'm putting productivity modules in here. We're now making explosives with productivity. Now, combine them with iron. Easy peasy. We are processing iron, like, right here. So I'm gonna just, like, rip it off and make it here. I don't see a really good reason to not do that. Rocket. Because again, we don't need them super quickly. What is it made in? Just a crafting machine? You can only handcraft rockets. Imagine, that would go crazy. Me smacking my, what is a rocket made out of? Iron and explosive? Me smacking my iron and explosive together in my hand. I mean, you can do that, but... Boom. Rockets. Can't productivity module them, just can efficiency module them. These stack up to 100, so... Easy. Boom. We're just going to let them produce them. This is going to be our main source of defense on the planet. Which is nice. I think all I'm going to do is just put them in a chest here and then make a requester chest and then just put them on a belt, probably. And maybe just carousel the belt around. It's going to be a pretty big area to defend, unfortunately. Cool. Cool. So that's at least being made, which means we can now get use out of the rocket turrets, which is nice. We're not making any of the boxes on site right now. I never set up roboports, but I wanted to, so I'm going to go swing back and... Did I set up roboports? I feel like I actually did. Nope. Great. Perfect time to do it. So I'm bouncing between a million things, but we're getting them done, which is the important thing, I think. Or at least it's a thing, if nothing else. Roboports. Steel plates, iron gear wheel, advanced circuits. Honest to goodness, probably just going to make them down here. Roboports are necessary to make, as well as probably at least 2 of the types of chests. We probably don't have to do all of them. Having at least a couple of the chests would be a good idea to make as well. Also making fast inserters would be a good idea. I should have definitely had some of those delivered to me, but really just suffering from the consequences of my actions pretty consistently today. We'll have this be a roboport, just so we can have, like, I could go roboport, electric pole, I guess a requester chest maybe, a few inserters, and like a turret, and just smack that down somewhere and have that go across the line. I don't know if I want to do requesters for the rocket ammo or not, though. I don't really know how fast they fire rockets. It might just be better to put it on a belt. How is this possible? How was this just damaged? Oh, posture. Oh. Okay, that's a jump scare posture check. I'm gonna uncroissant myself. I'm hoping you're not croissanting as well. What is going on Gleba right now? How did that get attacked and how am I dead? Did I have eggs on me? Oh, was it a lot of eggs? Oh, it's fine. They don't seem to care about the buildings. They're just having fun. Pocket eggs. Oh, I didn't see the pocket eggs. Crazy read on that one. How did you remember that? Heck. I could have sworn I used up all those eggs. How is that turret out of ammo? What is happening at the egg site that's making turrets run out of ammo? There's got to be eggs getting stuck somewhere. Sorry, inventory for a second. The bar is super low. Aw, heck. I appreciate it. You know, sometimes you just need to enjoy the walk back on Gleba. It'd be nice if you could set your spawn point somewhere like at the cargo silo or cargo site or something. Oh, look, they exploded as I arrived too. Oh boy. Look at me. I picked up all the stuff that isn't my armor. I don't know why I'm salting so much about that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. Oh my god, I just want my armor, please. Why do I have so many of those? Heck. Oh my god, I have so many items on me at any given moment. I do have 7 artillery turrets on me. I've really become a menace of like a messy inventory. We need to have an inventory check soon. Something's gotta give. You can click on it like a chest? That's crazy. They just patched that in like 5 minutes ago, right? That's insane that that's a thing. Okay, look. I have been playing Factorio. I am now on hour 502. All right. It's not the craziest. People have plenty more hours this game. Thank you so much. That's crazy. That's done 18,000 damage. That's crazy. Am I calling everything crazy too much again? Nah, probably not. Can we put our guns inside of the... Pistol cannot be used as fuel. Okay. That would have been a nice treat if we could have. Okay. I still do not know the mystery of how eggs keep breaking here. I almost want to watch it for a little bit just to see one pop out. But I don't see how it's possible. This now has 1 bullet left. Something real funky's going on. I need to pick up walls. I thought I had a request for walls, but I don't. I'm going to start requesting walls so the boss can just fill me in on like a few hundred walls every time that I'm in the bot network. Just so I can start filling that up more. I want to set up the wall to ensure that it's happening from inside the base. I do like that they give us ammo every time. That's quite nice. Slowly but surely we're getting advanced asteroid processing. We just dropped to 0, but it looks like the ship's back here to pick up more. So our cycle's not terrible. Seems like we run out of fuel or science about when it arrives here, which could certainly be better. Did they give me walls or did I walk out of range? They gave me walls. Perfect. Wonderful. No, don't make those, please. I'm so sorry. The bot migration. It's so beautiful this time of year when it starts getting warm and they start going south. I'm going to assume that my pipes here aren't going to be that big of a deal to keep inside the wall. I don't know if the enemies will focus on trying to chomp them or not. I'm going to go under the assumption that they won't. Our happy little rectangle. Heck. The wall's coming up really quickly at least, which is nice. Which is kind of to be expected. This isn't exactly a tough project when you've got the walls sitting around. I don't know how much of a difference the walls are going to make. That's really where I'm at right now, is like, these walls might just do like nothing, basically. About to grab a new tattoo in a sec. All right, have fun. Hopefully it's nice and smooth. Thanks for popping in a stream. What planet is after this? Fulgora. Fulgora is the next one, T. Sweet, can't wait to see it. What planet is this one though? Your novice? This is Gleba. I'm on Gleba right now. Sorry, I thought you said which planet's after this one. Yeah, I'm on Gleba right now. My novice is like plenty overdeveloped right now. I mean, overdeveloped's the wrong way to put it, but it's just fine. This is Gleba? Yeah. What's wrong with my Gleba? Got little Gleba rocks everywhere. This is a very Gleba-y looking Gleba, I imagine. Your Gleba is like a desert. I mean, every planet for me is like a desert. If the game has a way of spawning a desert, I'm face tanking it. Okay, it looks like these are going to finish on their own after a little bit of time. We can always change the box later, but we do now have a box around us. No way to walk out of the box, granted, but I don't really want to walk out of the box right now. The box is now my comfort place, so I will be existing here. Next step is to set up roboports, so I'm going to do that as I've been putting it off a little bit now. The Starfarer should be good on fuel and stuff now, so I'm going to send it off on its merry way back to Novice. It's going to just take a long time to fuel up here, unfortunately. The Artemis is currently here. I'm going to do a request. Oh, actually, the Artemis is here right now. Cool. I'm going to drop the fast inserters down because it looks like it requests 50 every time, presumably in case I wanted to expand the ship or just as a generic thing. So honestly, it's probably a good idea if a ship can fit it, just to have like a basic supply of like 50 of every blue thing that it picks up on Novice, because then I could just request them whenever I'm in need of a little bit more. You like Gleba, right? I think I like Gleba. I mean, I know I like Gleba. I'm having a nice time. If someone is enjoying doing something, do they like it? I don't know. Ask someone that's been playing an MMO for 15 years. They'll probably tell you they hate it. Look at our little rocket turrets. Cool beans on those ones. Again, they're making it a little bit slow. How are we doing on rockets themselves? Oh my goodness gracious me, oh my. Here I was thinking we needed to scale that up like crazy. Now we'll be just fine. All right, so. Oh, I started it. I forgot that I started it. All right, so. I'm going to be siphoning. Wow, can we make this a little better? Nope. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. I'm going to be siphoning some of our iron gear wheels that are being used for rockets here because, frankly, they can be shared, almost certainly. And if they can't, well, suck it up because we're making them share anyways. Boom, iron gear wheels. For our roboports, we also need steel. I don't remember, does steel come all the way down here? I don't think it does. Nope, steel goes to die in a box over there. I think I'm going to just requester the steel because it goes into a box. Our steel flow is quite low right now. That's a boom puff. Honestly, I'm going to keep it. I was going to get rid of it. I changed my mind. I like it there. It reminds me of my mortality. So we will make a request here for steel plate. Just 100's fine, I guess. Cool. I would quality these. I mean, I can quality them. It shouldn't matter. And that's roboports done. We also... Oh, my bad. Sorry, Boom Puff. We can limit this. We don't need a crazy amount of them. We want to make repair packs. We want to make... I don't know if we have to make requester chests. I haven't totally decided what I'm doing with them yet. I do want to make some type of electric poles here, though, because while it's been fine to like just ship some over when we need them, I want to be able to make sure that this place is sufficient with them. Substations are steel plate, copper cable, advanced circuit. Big electric poles are steel plate, iron stick, copper cable. So substations are made very similarly to roboports. It's filling up my inventory with roboports because I have requests for them. That's just fine. I almost want to beacon the speed on these, but like it's really just like the ore that we're having an issue with at any given time. So I don't think it's necessary. I think this is going to be kind of a slow burn for us. I'm going to go manually start placing these roboports down with big electric poles near them just to spread our range around. So I'll just copy this one. This is how I generally do it. I don't know if this is like the most efficient way. You walk left, and then as soon as you see the electric pole break, that's the range of the pole. Boom. Now we can just layer this over as much as we want across this area. Whoops. The reason that this is important is because we'll have coverage to like repair all the walls and everything if things go spicy. At least that's how I've always seen it. Maybe it's not that important. This way too, if we make a command to go like place a bunch of roboports in a specific area, it's or place like more turrets in an area if it's being sieged or something, it should be a nice solution for it. We can get rid of that request down there because that's not going to be necessary. I think we're going to just move this one to the side. How do you do it? Is it control? Nope. There we go. I was gonna say, I was pretty sure you can copy. This one's gonna be a little bit weird just because we have the farm here. How far do you reach? This spot should be fine then. Looks like we will need one more to daisy chain these together though. But after that, those other ones should reach each other pretty easily. And those will place themselves as time goes on. Yeah, I always just try to connect it with the wire. It just makes sense for like distributing a bunch of stuff over in an area. I generally don't love them getting super close to a wall for obvious reasons, because if they go down, then a lot of other things go down. So I'm going to just manually place a few more of them that just connect to other power lines. Okay. So that's pretty decent coverage around the area for what we need. This wall might actually be too close, looking at it critically. It might not be as well. Regardless, I'm going to start putting out some rocket turrets. I think I'm going to not put rocket turrets right here. The reason being, I can absolutely see something going wrong here. This is also out of ammo now. And a rocket turret just ripping through here. What is going wrong? I really need to just watch here for a while, but I haven't been doing it. Maybe we could just set up a bunch of laser turrets on this area specifically and then rocket turrets everywhere else. Or maybe I could totally still set them up here. So if I set up a rocket turret and I set up the... I was hoping there was like a reverse targeting priority because I could turn off pentapod, the premature ones. I could do ignore, but then I would need to set up the targeting priority for like everything. It isn't that bad, I guess, if I do it once. Oh god, I hope I don't have to deal with big stompers. Oh, okay, the premature ones have like a number on them, so this should actually be fine. Boom. I think regular rockets don't do any splash damage, just threat explosive rockets. Oh, interesting. I was thinking that they were going to do explosive anyways, or splash anyways, but that's good to know. In that case, it might not be an issue. I think I'm going to just have a belt with rockets going around. So these can't really see the wall is one thing that comes to mind, but if they're layered properly, they can see each other's weak points, which I think is still ideal. I think I want them kind of close to the wall. I've never worked with these before, ever. So it's a bit weird to see. So maybe a balancing act between not too far from the wall, but also not too close. You know, I probably want to do these lower too, judging on space. Yeah, I always thought that the atypical rockets, whatever you want to call them, I guess the non-explosive rockets, maybe they're more typical than atypical. I always thought those ones were way better than the explosive rockets, because anytime I was using them in a tank, I would just blow myself up over and over again. Which is almost certainly a skill check, don't get me wrong. Look, it's just really easy to blow yourself up in this game. In my experience. We should probably set up bot automation here as well to get more of them. I think that would be at least an okay idea. Where do you want to put the rocket turrets on this side? I don't have any on me. I was like, where are they? They ain't there. I'm a copy and paste fiend. I can't be stopped. This boom shroom's gotta go, though. That's out of construction range slightly. That's so wasteful to do that, though. But I just can't be stopped. We've run out of large electric poles, I think. Yeah, we only had the ones that we had crafted on us, so I think we'll handcraft some of them. I always mix up, like, what the two ranges on the roboports actually end up doing. What do I need iron for that? I think it was iron. I can't wait to start messing with quality. I'll do it on Fulgora. I was gonna do more quality stuff here, but I figure we'll unlock Epic and then go to Fulgora and have a lot of fun with him. Long range is construction, short is logistic. Oh, okay. In that case, maybe I don't need that one. Cool, 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 cool. This one's just not connected to power yet. I mean, I guess it's connected to power now. I don't really know how powerful these are. In my mind, these are wicked powerful. I don't know if they are actually wicked powerful, but in my mind, these things go crazy. Is this Gleba music? I thought this was Fulgora music. Or not Fulgora, Volcanus. It sounds very Volcanus-y to me, I guess. I've probably been listening to this for like the last like 7 hours of gameplay, and I'm like, where is this music from? I guess we'll just follow the line here. There's 2 sections off of the wall. I know it's not like perfect, but whatever. Is perfection what we really want? The answer is kind of yes. I thought this water was untraversable. Oh, it's over there. Yeah, Volcanus' music kind of always makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong. Okay, this is 1, 2, and then that. So this is 1, 2, and then that. So here's where we want it. Sometimes a giant belt is really just the solution. Just think about it. That means the bots aren't like stressing nothing no more. They're just vibing. They could focus on more important stuff. Like being bots, living their best life. I really should have just set up like little pods or something. But this is going to be so much simpler. It'll also take a long time for ammo to saturate this bell rocket, so it's going to probably be a tax on the base. That's fine. This is admittedly just a little bit funnier to me, so I feel like it works out. Okay, so I'm going to go back around here because I realized kind of a flaw in my design, which is that I didn't set up the things in such a way that they can like be fed off of these power poles, which would have been much smarter to do. There's two ways to look at it. I can move the power poles up like this, and then no, it doesn't solve it. Okay, I'm gonna just add a whatever that gets called, a substation. When in doubt, substation out. Look, they're like friends. They're like chess pieces on a board. While doing this, actually, you know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just effectively set up this, and this will be our positioning, I guess, for these. How did this go so wrong? Because I manually put that one a little bit higher. It's perfect. As long as the roboports are roughly the same distance from the belt, which they should be because of how we designed it, this design will work. I don't think it'll work everywhere, but it should work in most places. Auto mod, you're going crazy right now. Auto mod successfully caught one of those, like, go to this website to buy bots spammers. Which is kind of a huge W. Okay, yeah, see, this is where I was like, there's going to be some issues with this. Honestly, we'll just move the whole design up a little bit. Is it always raining on Gleba and I just noticed it right now? Either way, I really like it. I don't know how long it's been raining on Gleba, but it is in fact raining on Gleba, and that's got me feeling something. I just realized how scary Factorio would be if they opted to add flying enemies into the game. Really hoping that they don't ever do that. Again, these power poles are a little bit weird, so we can just kind of eke them out whenever. Heck, I made these so high compared to my other ones. They heard you wanted more bots? Oh no. Suddenly your bots are getting infected and they're all evil. That would be really cool, but super messed up, actually. One of the things they teach for Space Age DLC was flying enemies that did not end up being in the game. Damn, that sounds really scary. What? Oh, I was like, what are these guys? They must have run out of storage space. Is that what's happening? Yeah, okay, I see the storage notification. I was like, why are they just floating here with a bunch of stuff? They're not in a network anymore, are they? Or lost bots. There we go. Now they're like, suddenly we know how to get back home. Live and learn. I would have changed my design earlier if I knew I was going to do this, but it's too late now. I do like this little pod style system though that I did. Now, this part's going to have to be a little bit different because of the tightness of the area, but that's no biggie. It shouldn't be meaningfully different. We'll just focus on this bottom part. And then just attach a substation up here and it'll be fine. Probably overkill on the roboports, to be honest, but I don't care. We're making them now. I'm having fun now that we can kind of go bananas on our resources for a little while. Now that has a lot of damage dealt for only 6 kills. Am I crazy for thinking 6 kills with 2,700 damage is quite high? It's also quite high. There's a bot stuck somewhere again. Always a lot of them stuck over there. I'll be with you in just one moment, little bots. I am putting a good chunk of them over here because losing the rocket silo would be really on fork knife. Okay, those have power, those have power, these need power. These also need power. You need power. You need power, and then you need power. And I think you're the last one that needs power. I think there's kind of a big gap between you guys over here, so I'm going to fit one more in over here. Okay, so there are rocket turrets interspersed around this entire area now. Not all the productions are completed, obviously. But this is, like, good enough for now, I guess. I want to get these back in the system, like, ASAP. Because right now, these robots are just sitting here and they could be doing something. Because I don't have a ton of robots on the planet either. That should have freed them? That did free them. Perfect. They're throwing all the roboports to me rather than delivering them on their own as well. So it is good for us to go around and do a bit of our own diligence, placing down a few things to get this going. Do I have any landfill on me? Not much, unfortunately. Surely with all the bots working again, we should be good. This was going to be kind of a slow process anyways. So I'm not too concerned about how long it'll end up taking. The base hasn't turned off this whole time either, which is nice. I know that the iron keeps turning off and on, and I will be willing to evaluate that sooner than later. I saw the robots come over and I thought I was being attacked again. And there we go. We have some form of rockets coming through the base now. And some form of defense for Cleva. I don't know how efficient it's going to be. I have a funny feeling I'm going to want to add in some like normal turrets to help deal with the smaller enemies. But look, it's a defense. Now if we get attacked, we're not completely caught unawares, which is something. It is a big old sushi belt of rockets, which is not how I expected to do this, but it suffices and it deals with one of our core problems, which is if we leave here and we get attacked, everything falls apart. Volcanus is never going to have that happen. Fulgora, I don't think can have that happen either. I don't know if a Kilo can, but this place can certainly have that. We made sure that Novice was well protected before we left, so we just did the same thing over here. Let's place some more roboports to help out our fellow bots. I can't imagine all the ammo is going to reach this side for a while, but maybe it won't need to. I think that ties everything together. Yeah, it looks like every wall has coverage at least. I don't know if it's enough coverage or not, but it's coverage. There are technically some openings like right here, but I don't think that they can walk across water, so I don't think that one's going to be an issue. Here as well, there's an opening. But it looks like everywhere else is mostly good. I should probably add one more over there to help out, though. That one's a pretty egregious looking one, and I could see that being a potential issue. Now, we haven't defended our mine at all. I don't think we have to. I don't think that that's a necessity. All right, so putting one right here will rectify much of that issue, so we will go ahead and do that. No. Sorry for what I just suggested. That was a bad idea. Okay. Oh, look, they're the rockets. So they have made it their way around almost entirely now. I'm actually quite surprised that any rockets made it through so far. I guess they can only hold, like, what, 5 at a time? 12? Okay, so that's probably why, because we had about 100 in there. Maybe more than 100? I don't really remember how many rockets we had. We had a few hundred, so I guess it's not that strange. I really want to see them in action. I don't know when we're going to see them in action. Yeah, it's super easy to add more if we want them later. In this way, like, as long as they're making rockets, which, as long as the base doesn't turn off, it will make rockets to defend itself. We can sayonara, bye-bye, come back whenever we want to, and it should just be totally fine. Hopefully. Cool. So we have Roboports set up. I never set up power poles and stuff. I think what I want to look at next, now that, like, our defenses are sorted through. I'm surprised that we haven't finished processing. I guess it's just because the Artemis takes so long. I'm so excited to finish asteroid processing. That timing is actually quite impeccable for us. I might dock the Artemis in Novice for a little bit and work on improving it. Now, initially I made the Radiant Starfarer, and I copied its design to make the Artemis. The Artemis suffers from the fact that Gleba is farther away, and I don't know, is Fulgora farther away as well? Fulgora is even farther away, so our solar panels are going to do even less. It's only 120 versus Gleba's 200, 300, I think, at Novice, is it? Wait, what? Gleba is more than Novice? Solar power in space 200%, 300%. Okay, yeah, there we go, 300%. So Novice is better, Gleba is worse, and Fulgora is much worse than that. Volcanus is great, so I didn't really notice with the 600% in space that it was quite so bad when going to Gleba. But it was fine. It did good. I'm not like trash talking it in the slightest. It did what it needed to, and it was super useful. But I would like to upgrade it specifically with asteroid reprocessing and just a more efficient system. The question that I have, though, is, do I want to do that with the Artemis or start fresh? I'm leaning towards start fresh. Here's my logic. The Artemis, the Starfarer was designed to work with Volcanus. It does. The Artemis is identical to the Starfarer. I could retire the Artemis and turn it into a second cargo ship for the Starfarer, or as the Starfarer. I could even have it so that the Artemis is just like delivering cannon shells and stuff to places that can't make them on site, you know? So I could have it bring artillery shells just passively over to Gleba and then go back to Volcanus and then, I don't know, deliver some forges or something. Like, I'm thinking about retrofitting this and just, not retrofitting it, but just having it be another Starfarer and then making a new ship altogether. I could also use the Artemis as my personal transport ship as well, but I'd like the idea of just having 2 Volcanus ships and starting fresh on a new one, because I think that ripping up the whole thing is going to be a lot more trouble than just starting from scratch, because I don't really know how much space we're going to need. So if we start designing the ship farther upwards or further outwards, and it turns out we really don't need that much space or we need way more space, it's just going to become a headache, because from my understanding, the ship has drag to an extent, so the wider it is, the more drag it generally has. Maybe, I don't know if it's the drag or its weight. I think it's its weight. Like, the more stuff you put on it, the slower it is, something like that. So we need to be at least a little bit cognizant of that when building. So building as compactly as we can is a good thing. I do think that there is some merit in touching up the Starfarer and the Artemis for having the advanced processing, because it seems like the fuel change is massive with that, but I don't know exactly what that entails. So I think what the plan's going to be is to start a new ship, set up the new ship with the new asteroid processing, see how small we can get it, how compact we can get it, and then see if we can maybe fit it up in this like square up here, and then retrofit this lower area, change our circuitry again, and oh, Spidertron, look at it up there. Yay, that's exciting. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now, is we go for a whole new ship altogether. Could certainly be more space efficient in some places that I can see just looking at it. 3 hours into stream and I'm like, yeah, you remember the stream title? That's going to be relevant now. I'm actually pretty happy with where Gleba is at for its autonomy. These are almost like directly in the center, like of the box. They're actually like really nicely centered in there. So things that I want to think about with Gleba going forward too, because there's still more work to do here. We're making carbon fiber, but we're making it very slowly. We're not making like any steel at all anymore, so we're not making any more rocket turrets. This said, we have a full box of rocket turrets, including some rare and uncommon ones, which I'm surprised that we popped out so quickly. I guess we've made a good chunk of them. The thing that changes on them is their range, but what I would like to see is how does their range change? That's really hard to tell, actually. Let me make it closer. Okay, so interestingly enough, their outer range changes, but their inner range seems to stay the same distance. I'm kind of using this point right here and seeing if it gets any farther outwards as like a point of reference, and it doesn't look like it does. It looks like the circle, the internal circle just shifts. So, and you know, the minimum range actually says 15 on it if I just read the tooltip. But that's cool. So these are just like pretty big upgrades. A little bit of extra range can be a big difference. So anytime we have them, we can always put them down. This being said, we can also put rocket turrets elsewhere. I don't know exactly where we're going to want them other than here for now, though. But I may upgrade planner them. It'd be nice to be able to recycle them too. The recycler is going to be really useful in a lot of places. Recycling the lower quality ones and just replacing all of our defenses with high quality stuff would probably be pretty cool. But obviously we're going to be strained on our resources for a little bit as we've been. I would also like to try to have this up all the time, but I really don't know how to accomplish that other than, I mean, the obvious answer is just more of these, but then we need more of these and then more of those. So I think that for our heart down here, that's like making everything, that's like getting the whole process started, we will need to eventually expand out, maybe up to here or down to here. Those seem like the most logical places to look. I didn't know you could tap Alt to turn on and off your filters. That is such a nice filter. This being said, for now, it might just be fine with it fluctuating. The only real demand is going to come from when we need to fire rockets. This has more kills, right? No, that was 2765. That's correct. So there's been no more damage here. Actually, let's check our graph for kills. I heard it. I watched it in real time. We checked the graph. We killed 3 of them. They came out near us. It was very loud right here. I found the problem. How did that happen? We've just been hanging eggs out in the open and hatching them every 15 minutes. Incredible. What is this accomplishing for us? I see. This was an inserter that probably existed when I had multiple biochambers here. No tattoo today. The artist's sick son gave it to their daughter. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear. I'm glad we solved the mystery of those random pentapod eggs. I believe that's the only issue that we had here. I'm going to just quickly verify that there's no other weird inserters holding them out anywhere. It doesn't look like there are. You know what? I probably could have figured this out too if we put it back an hour and looked at kills. And specifically isolated the Premature pentapod wigglers. Oh, I was like, what happened here? That was the pocket explosion, certainly. But these look consistent. Now I'm surprised that this is 1.7 and then 2.5 and 2.5. I would have expected this number to be the same as these, but the fact that the high number is what just happened, maybe the inserter only got to grab one in its hand versus two at a specific time and just held them there. But I think that fixed everything. Gleba is a delicate flower. I'm almost sad that the rocket turret didn't get a chance to fire. Maybe I'll take some eggs and put it outside and let them fire at it for fun. Oh, right, this one won't fire at it at all. You know what? I'm gonna go annoy the local wildlife. No, this is a terrible idea. And yet here I am going to do it. I just want to see our defenses work, you know? That's all. Just once. Just one time. You know what? I'm going to just fire one. I'm going to have a lot of faith in our defenses. I'm going to fire the single rocket to destroy that egg raft over there. Hopefully there's not like a bunch of stompy wompies. I'm going to assume we just aggro the 4 of those. Looks like 3 of them. All right. Let's go back. This will also give us a good idea if we need to worry about it not targeting the big things. I've realized another issue too. We are certainly going to want normal turrets around. The Striders are going to fire, whatever the heck they're called, like the little like flying things. And when those fire, I don't think our rocket turrets, I mean, they can shoot them, but it's probably more efficient to not have that be a necessity. So maybe setting a few gun turrets around these, maybe just like 1 or 2 on each side, could be a good idea. Although I don't really know how I want to fuel them. I don't know. Let's just see how the rockets do. I imagine that they're going to be marching in now. There they are. All right, here we go. That is awesome. So they won't attack the little ones. They absolutely obliterate. Oh, it's because I have ignore unlisted targets on. Maybe I should just get rid of their targeting priorities. Priorities means they won't hit anything else. Oh, no, I could just turn this off. This is great. This is perfect. As long as I have ignore unlisted targets off, they'll still blow them up, but keep the priority the big things, you know? Cool. I like that logic. Can I apply it like this? I can. Absolutely massive, though. I'm shocked that they did so much, but I guess it's just the rockets are really efficient. This will just enable it so they can kill the little dudes if the little dudes become a thing. But they will prioritize the big ones. And then blow up the little ones later. I think that that's honestly a pretty good outcome. I was expecting a lot more jank than we put out, so cool. So then if an egg spawns in our area or an egg raft, our turrets take it out, and then these kill the chaff that come along. And then we don't have to push out anymore, unless it becomes later on relevant, but for now it'll be fine. Very satisfied with them. My first time using these kind of turrets. Honest to goodness, I was looking at this and going, oh, there's a bunch of spoilage here. I have to turn this off because we're not making enough like carbon to balance this out. Nope. This can absolutely go here and die here. There's no issue with that dying out here. The splitter exists, so the splitter will just send it when it's full the other way. This is just fine. Having a little buffer of spoilage on this belt is actually a positive thing. I think it's the first time I've seen spoilage on a belt and been like, I like this. This is good. Good vibes for that one. I really don't need this box anymore. I'm guessing this box is a relic of an age bygone. Gleba must be getting you and you're happy to see spoilage. Honest to goodness, yep. But I'm fine with Gleba getting to me. The Artemis is coming back. Actually, Artemis, pause your thrust, please. Do I want to pause your thrust yet? You know what? You can do another trip of agricultural science. I'll keep you doing your thing. I was going to retrofit you now, but in the meantime, you're just going to slowly bring over agricultural science back and forth. And I'm probably going to want to hitch a ride on you back to novice at some point as well. Yeah, we seem to go through about 2,000 science. I wish there was a more efficient way to just like dump this stuff. Maybe there is, but I don't know what it would be. Did I set up novice for dealing with spoilage? I'm assuming that I did, but just to check really quickly. Spoilage in a box. Not my most eloquent design, and yet it is a design that was made. This also has spoilage. This... What? Oh no, I was wondering why the science was so slow. I was like, man, with all that productivity, I was thinking that we should like, oh no. Oh god, that was all science. Oh no. All that science, I can't believe that. Oh no, I was so shocked. I was like, we're shipping a good amount of it. What happened? Oh god. How do I pull this out? What the heck happened here? I mean, clearly I didn't put a filter. Oh no, I don't think there's a really eloquent way to pull it out. I think we just need to like suffer with that there. Oh, requester, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Gosh, I'm just looking at like I have to go manually do it. I'm traumatized right now. New fear unlocked. Hopefully we can get some use out of it. I mean, it's sitting there. I mean, a lot of this is about to spoil in 40 seconds, unfortunately. I can't believe that. I forgot that that was going to happen. I was like, cool, these are going to pull out green. We've lost thousands of science to this. That does explain why our science was going so badly, though. I was like, it must be all spoiling. Nope, it's just sitting in a box. So I guess it is spoiling, technically. Where are you going with it? Oh, you have to charge, okay. At least we're going to be able to eke out a good chunk of it. Dang. Oh, I turned off the Starfarer's request for tungsten carbide. I should probably turn that back on and turn off the rockets. May as well ship down these artillery shells down there. I forgot that I opted to start making the artillery shells on site on Novice because it was so much easier to do. Explains why we ran out of artillery shells for sure, and why enemies have been attacking our walls so frequently. Well, there we go. We're getting some science progress. Probably a little more spoilage in the box as well, but hey, I'm happy that we're at least making some... Spidertrons are so cool. I really want one. Oh, love it. What's our SPM like now? Oh, a little over 100 is not too bad. I can't believe that. I mean, I can believe it because it happened, right? I'm not like quite in disbelief, but I am like disappointed. I wish I paid more attention. But again, it's just, that's really what Gleba is one bad inserter is enough to ruin the base. Like, that's crazy. But it's so true. I'm glad that we were able to save it at least a little bit. I don't know why I didn't pick a stack inserter for this. Sorry, a bulk inserter. I was just like staring at the science, so like I had given up emotionally. I'm so glad that you thought about the requester chest. We've actually gone through a good chunk of our space science, which is nice as well. There we go, that's better. There was so much science just sitting there. Thank goodness that that got solved. All it was this inserter just doing its best. It wasn't even doing anything wrong. It just did what I told it to do. God, it's been so long since we made the milk factory too. Are you kidding me? How is it possible that there is something here that has 0 products finished? 4,000 of each of these science machines, and this one's just sitting at a whopping 0. Incredible. I'm so glad that like future me can see what goes wrong and fix it. I'm just like, I can't believe that. Congratulations, assembling machine 3 on the far left. You have made your first vial of milk. You'll be using that for so much space science, you have no idea. I do have a few beacons left, so I think it's probably time to start beaconing the space machine. That's what they're called, space machines. Yeah. We're actually getting pretty close to hopping off Gleba. A lot closer than we were when we first booted up. Because if we leave Gleba, it might not die. I say it might not, but genuinely, I would be surprised if Gleba were to just like fall in a single wave at this point. Currently, we're suffering from a carbon shortage. The carbon shortage just comes from a lack of fuel for the spoilage biochamber. Can I can efficiency or productivity module that? I may as well, right? If I'm not going to be using any modules at all, especially in something we're short on, may as well productivity module them. Could also speed them too. How many can I could read all contents of the belt, right? There are actually some rockets going around. Not many, but I spot some. As long as there's some going around in the belt, I don't feel too bad about it. But there's not many. It does look like these are basically always activating. So maybe the productivity module is a bad idea. I'm trying to productivity module spoilage. What am I doing? But I don't think it's going to be enough spoilage if we do this. Alright, never mind. There's enough spoilage. Or at least like basically enough. Maybe it won't always keep up, but speed modules seem good there. Now, I wanted to check how our power was doing. As long as we're still making enough rocket fuel to power that, then we shouldn't have to worry about anything, I imagine. This box isn't full, but it's gosh darn near close to being full, and we're also like, I think we're doing okay. Are you always running is the question. The answer is a firm yes. The answer is a solid no. I'm surprised that I'm only using blue inserters here instead of bulk ones. This whole area is just so tight still. Maybe, honestly, green belts would go crazy here. That's what I should do. I don't even know if I set them up. I think I did the research for them, didn't I? I did, but I don't think I ever set up actually making them on a Volcanus. Because I feel like green belts would go absolutely absurd. A lot of my issue here is there's just one belt feeding a lot of important stuff. I never set them up. Maybe that's what I'll do, is I'll hop back to Volcanus and set those up really quick. Although I could probably set them up from a distance. They didn't look particularly hard to make. Am I crazy? Tungsten plate, express transfer pelt lubricant? No, it looked quite easy, actually. Fortunately, my design here is quite tight. I would have liked to have put it up here. I technically can. No, that would deal with the pipes and stuff. I'll just do a requester for it. If anything, we'll put it close to the rocket to make it simple. There's a lubricant pipe even right here, so cool. We can do that. I really love this little like mall I made over here to make these. They look so nice to me. I know it's not like that crazy, but this place really let me like, I don't want to say flex my creative muscles or whatever for a little bit, but it just felt good to like get so much use out of this one stack of circuits. These, I'm also way happier with how these circuits came out than my stupid novice ones. Like, it does look really cool when the belts are saturated at all times, but they're really rarely saturated at all times. And it's way too like tall for what it is. But man, circuits are so important. All right, back to Volcanus. Let's not get distracted because I will forget about this literally forever. Cool. So that'll just make some of these, and I will just put these in a box. That way we can request them and put them onto Gleba at some point. I'm not going to limit this box at all because I'd rather this planet just kind of like run and do something. I am still nervous about it turning off again, so I'd like to come back here and clear out this area and get all this sulfuric acid, because I think that this is like, if we get this sulfuric acid, we're just good to go. I'm really surprised that these are running down to there to successfully get recharged. I guess because that one has too many bots requesting it, I see. Pretty sure I make roboports on site here. I'd be really surprised if I didn't. I feel like the most important things are roboports, inserters, power pulls, and logistics chests. And if you have those, you can do anything. Just so they can charge a little bit more efficiently. Boom! Wow, that is sure efficient. I didn't think we'd be able to make so many of them so quickly, to be honest. I'm going to remove the limiter on this chest, I think. Because these belts are going to be useful everywhere. I don't know if there's better ones. QL question. You know about pushing Q into building to pull it into the cursor, right? Nope. Nope, that's not a feature of the game. No, I didn't know that. I really appreciate it, though. I basically always just, like, Control-C a building to do it. I did not realize that was a thing. Learning a lot today. I very much appreciate it. Q, okay. We'll have to keep that one in the dome piece. You also remove something from your hand? No way. I always push 1-1 to remove things from my hand. Oh no. That seems incredible. No, I like super appreciate that. Okay, so I'm gonna have the Starfarer make a request specifically for... We're gonna want green undergrounds too. I should probably set up all of them. I'm gonna leave it as is for now, and I'm gonna set up the other green ones. So we're gonna push Q for these as well. I did 1-1. I could just push Q. It's gonna be so hard to train myself, but I really like it. So I'm assuming these all take lubricant, and they do indeed take lubricant, so we shall... Right, I could just push Q on it. That's so convenient. Oh my god. It's gonna be tough to get rid of the muscle memory to push 1-1 to unselect something, though. That is really good to know, though. Oh my god, we have like no lubricant. Did we have any storage? Did I just rip through all the lubricant in the base in like a second? How do we make lubricant? Oh no, what did I do? There's literally a separate lubricant base or setup here that just does not do anything. How does stuff like this even happen? That's what I want to know, is how this comes to be. I think I'm gonna broad mod these maybe, and then beacon in the middle of them. That sounds pretty okay. There's some logic in that. My one concern is that this is going to cause too much strain on the base. AFK for a while for luncheon? Enjoy. I should probably eat something at some point too, but maybe like half an hour, so we'll wrap up and I'll go eat something. Do I really not have beacon set up here? I do not. Blundered. Honestly, it should just be fine. I do have a single machine pushing out the lubricant we need. The lubricant demand was non-existent and it wasn't in any boxes. Like I didn't have like a buffer of it anywhere. And now there's just an extreme demand for it. Maybe I will buffer these. Where are my tungsten plates going? Ah, into science. Honestly, that makes sense. They kind of need to be prioritized there. Just so these can build up over time. They're going to be pretty slow. But for now, we'll have them build up over time. I definitely need to go do more work on Vulcanus, though. The base hasn't shut down for like an hour plus, so that's feeling pretty good. Like the dopamine from getting your Gleba base to not shut down for a little while is pretty nice. But there's still a lot of improvements to be made. This is going to limit us so hard until we can get it figured out. It just comes down to the bioflux production. We're not quite where we need to be on it yet. But I feel like we could get there. It'll just take a good chunk of time. I think green belts would certainly help at least a little bit on it, though. I'm gonna put in a request for 300 green belts, 100 green undergrounds, and 100 green splitters. I think that the odds of that finishing anytime soon is extraordinarily low. Like, where the heck is it? But I think it will happen. We'll put some more efficiency modules in these. Look, we've already got some turbo splitters being made. It's going to be locked by lubricant, but again, this is one of those things where we can just make like a big storage tank of lubricant, and if we have that sitting around, then guess what? Whenever there's a request for it, it'll be able to make a bunch of it. It's just like I'm basically just told the base that was just like on its lunch break all day, buddy, you got to get to work. Looks like we don't have storage tank production here, which is fair. I don't think I really set that up basically anyway. I think I basically always hand make my storage tanks. Hopefully it's a place with iron and steel. I feel like that's one of the easier things to find side by side that I can just yoink. Actually, I'll just make it in a... Can storage tanks be made in anything other than... normal crafter? A normal crafter it is. Storage tank is going to be what we look for. Then we will use the Q button that we learned about to grab a requester chest and request the stuff for a storage tank, which should be very easy for this to put out. There should be no real issue with that. Q button again, instead of copy pasting. Perfect. We really don't need much of these, but just having them available will be nice. So now, for now, all the lubricant's gone. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There will be no lubricant. But in time, nature will heal and then put excess lubricant in there. I'm surprised we had no storage tanks at all. It's a shame because there was a lot of time where if we were just putting lubricant in a storage tank, it would have went crazy. But so it goes. I have no idea what this chest is. It's clearly something I was making down here at the tungsten ore in the transport belt, but I think it is a relic of an old age. Had to grab a prescription driving to the gym. Also hitting me with a cool count is respectable. Cool cat, I can't speak. I kind of want to go to the gym. I really just want to like get healthier. It's a lot of work though. Okay, but we are making green things just very slowly, which is good because we have a request for them, which the Starfarer is fulfilling. I'm going to have it so that once that these requests are fulfilled, we're going to add a stop at Gleba, and we're going to have passenger present. I know I said that the Starfarer was just going to go into its science thing. We got Spidertrons done? Really? You mean it? No fooling? Aw, heck, I don't think we can get a fish on Gleba. That's actually really funny. I would have really liked to have made one here. Can you get a raw fish on Gleba? No. How long do fish take until they spoil? Fish take 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 50 seconds until they spoil. So in theory, I can ship a fish to Gleba and then make a Spidertron, which is really funny. I would also want to ship several fission reactors and exoskeletons as well. I was browsing Walmart and saw the dumbbells and just was like, what's stopping me from coming here and lifting these in the aisle? I think the main thing that would be stopping me personally would be the basic guarantee that someone really like suspect probably touched them after doing something suspect. Fear of other people is usually what does it for me. The Artemis is killing it now. Now that I'm not wasting most of my science, it turns out we're doing just fine, which is great to see. Let me think. My phone lost some service as soon as you started giving your reason. That means it'll be a mystery forever. No, I was saying that there's probably people doing suspect things with the dumbbells or near the dumbbells. Like someone probably picked their nose and touched it, okay? That's what I'm afraid of. I don't want someone's weird nose boogies. I don't trust anyone. That's my real problem with the world. Wow, okay, we're full on carbon fiber. I'm surprised how much excess carbon fiber we made. I guess we had a good chunk of time doing it. I think people at the gym haven't. Well, you're supposed to, at the gym, you're supposed to, like, wipe down the machine when you're done. And I wiped down the machine before I would start, too. So, like, surely people would follow the rules, right? Is that one of my bots flying off? Surely not. There are more rockets on this belt, like interspars. There's actually like an okay amount of rockets. I wanted to read this belt's contents, actually. Oh, I could just combine them together to read the contents. We have 384 rockets on the belt. That feels pretty good. Now let me disconnect that so that it continues running. Yeah, a lot of people don't, sadly. Yeah, I figure. I mean, that's part of why gyms kind of gross me out. I would love to have my own, like, home gym, like a personal workout gym. It would be so nice, but that's just because I don't really interact with people. I don't wipe it before, but I'm apathetic about living. Honest to goodness, if you're really looking for a way to go out with style, I would say that bacteria from weird people at the gym is a very gross way to do it, but a unique one. Live your best life. Don't let me be toxic to you, you know? What the heck is the point of captivity? Capture bot rocket. Steel plate processing to fire weapon bioflux. Grapples on and captures the targeted what into what? So it looks like a biter nest into a captured biter nest, I guess. A robot capsule shot from a rocket injects a dose of bioflux into the spawner, capturing it with regular doses of bioflux. The spawner will remain captured. And I can make biter eggs, which spoil into a big biter, which is a lot scarier than a pentapod, as it were, a premature pentapod. And I can make nutrients from biter eggs. Okay. Weird. So I'm understanding this. I would send... I don't believe you can grow Yumako on anywhere but here. I don't think we can. So we would send in addition to our normal shipments of the science, which is fine, we would send bioflux there, which we would feed into captured spawners. Oh, heck, I wish I didn't clear out all the spawners really far away. I mean, you could always build a train over to it, too. It's not that big of a deal. But we feed the spawner, and then we get biter eggs out of it, which makes nutrients, which lets us power our biochambers? Is that the only reason, is to run biochambers on Novice? That's strange. Have you done dungeoneering since Monday? Sorry, T, I just saw that. No, I haven't done dungeoneering since I leveled my dungeoneering to 90 a few months ago. Okay, so biolabs go like profoundly powerful, so that's probably like reason number one to want to go for this capturing. They're not bad to make either. Now I'm surprised though, because like, I guess we can make capture bot rockets as soon as we send over the bioflux. Everything else is there, so we're gonna have to ship bioflux from here over to Novice eventually. We can actually get overgrowth soil pretty quick too, but we need to actually like successfully get a biter egg, it looks like, to get this research. Yeah, capture any spawner. Okay, so interesting. But that'll give us access to the overgrowth soil, which gives us like a much more control over how much we produce here. Very interesting. Can't do our prod modules until we get that as well. Capture biter spawner unavailable. Okay, so I can make my own biter spawner eventually. I see. Strange. Spoiling results in a behemoth biter. Alright, that's even spookier. But that's not going to be relevant for a long time, so we don't have to think about that right now. So it looks like we have all of the things for discovering a kilo, except for going through Fulgora now, so that's nice. So the primary things they want us to have with the advanced asteroid processing and the rocket turrets. I almost wish that we could do rocket turrets on our spaceship, but I don't think that that's super viable because of how much it takes to get working. I'm just thinking now, I'm in think mode. I was really hoping the Starfarer would have already gotten some stuff. It does have base productivity, so it will make them at an okay pace. Once this stops eating it, all these will go quicker, but this has just been trying to fill itself up over and over again. I'll just turn that off temporarily so that these get the priority. Man, our production for that stuff is stinky. It looks like it's because our ore production is stinky. Oh, I need to go back to Volcanus. Oh my god, the tungsten mine is almost gone. No wonder. Holy guacamole. That does, in fact, explain what the heck went down. I guess I'll just have the bots deconstruct these for now because there's no reason to have them up since they're not doing anything. Tungsten? I don't even know Sten. I know Sten. I'll tungsten for the both of us. I'll even tungsten plate. You don't have power? For real? Bussin' respectfully? I should have productivity module these. It's not too late to start too. It's not too late. It's never too late. This will probably like hemorrhage power though. That is totally an option. Hopefully not. I really want to go back. I think we're gonna hop off of here soon. I think I'm gonna just get off Gleba so I can go fix up Volcanus maybe. But I didn't even do the ship. I was supposed to make a better spaceship. That's on the to-do list still. I'm thinking the plan for Spidertrons. So what does a Spidertron take? Because I want to make one of those too. Maybe that'd be a fun goal to end the stream on. Rocket turret, portable fission reactor, exoskeletons. All this is going to be so much easier to make on Novice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a request on the Artemis, specifically for... we'll say how many rocket turrets fit in a thing. We'll do 40. Why not? You ever have just like a 3 days grace kind of day? Holy croissant. I'm like ultra croissanting right now. Check your posture. I mean, realistically, I'm not croissanting that bad, but I was like basically underneath my monitor, so it was actually really bad. I don't understand you. Why are you fine and then you eat everything? That's it. You're getting productivity modules. At least you're going to make more iron ore out of every little bit you do. All right, so now when the Artemis comes back here, it's going to pick up 40 rocket turrets, which we should have plenty of right now. And then it'll bring those back. Honestly, we don't even need 40 of them. But I will bring 40 because maybe it'd be interesting to drop them off on other planets. That'll bring those back to Novice. I think I'm going to hop onto it as well and go back to Novice with it. I do want to set up a few things before that, though. And I think I'm going to just do them with Requester Chest because I'm feeling a little bit like Requester Chesty for the last few things we want to set up here. That's going to be... honestly, I don't even know if I'm going to set up inserters. I mean, I can. I'll do it. Okay, I want big electric pole. I want substation. I want inserter. I want blue inserter. Oh, you know what? I didn't need that over there. Unless I did. Change this over to red inserter. Change this over to blue inserter. Change this over to green inserter. Grab a few requester chests and set these down. Going to remove the request for the inserters in these, because the inserters are just going to be made here and then daisy chained through the system. We're not making these iron sticks required for this, so these aren't going to get iron sticks for a little bit, but we'll set that up really quick. I also don't think we have copper cables in a box, so we want to put those in a box. So we will set that up as well. Some copper cables right here. Right, Q button. Use Q. Iron stick. I forgot to prod mod those things up there for the extra iron, so I'm going to do that really quick. I almost just typed in iron after reading your message. Crazy. I mean, I did type it in. You wouldn't know iron. He goes to a different school. So the nice thing about this is now we will be automating our basic necessities that I should have set up ages ago, but I set them up in a very lazy way here. We will set some limitations on these. We also want to set up crafting the provider chests as well over here. This will just be like our little mall storage area. That'll be easy to do. We'll use the Q technique. Our school's better. Dang. Brutal. I just want you to know that Iron School has like one of those ice cream machines where you can like pick out the ice cream and it makes it in real time inside the robot and it's free. So you know. It's pretty cool still. Okay, I think I'm gonna just make 2 of these. I think I'm gonna just make passive provider and no, I should probably just make all of them, to be honest. I think it'll look really nice if I do it this way. I'm basically just setting up the planet for being able to function when I'm gone. And by function, I mean make it so I can function on the planet when I'm not here. These all have the same crafting requirement actually, right? Yeah, so I can just set up like this, and now all these chests will be made. I'm only going to set up a buffer for 50 of them each, because there's no reason to do more than that. But now we have bulk inserters being made. I'm going to limit these just to 100 of each, because I don't think we need that many. Whoops, forgot to make it so the long hand inserters could be made. Steel is in high demand right now, so the substations aren't going to come through immediately, but I'm just going to park some of mine there. The only thing that I don't have being made on site now is belts, and I don't think I'm going to make them on site. I think that this is sufficient. I already have like a crazy amount of excess belts here, so I'm going to just store my extra belts in a storage box. You could tell I'm really getting ready to leave this place. I'm putting all my stuff in boxes. I think the next time the Artemis swings by, I'm gonna hop on and go back to Novice and maybe catch a ride with the Starfarer and go fix up Volcanus. Because as much as I'd like to go immediately over to Fulgora, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done because right now that plan is not working, basically. But I'm grateful that it lasted this long, to be honest. Oh, right. I need to set up actually crafting steel chests, which, again, steel is really in short supply right now. But we're going to set it up anyways really quickly. All right, so that is captivity done, which I'd like to noodle with as well, but I think we have to be a novice to do that. We'll do some... active provider chest here, and then we'll make this a steel chest. This is like the big mystery of the world, though, of how do I fix this? Stupid bioflux is in such short supply when I look at it sometimes, and then like completely abundant other times. And like, look, the belts are full. These are doing everything they need to. These ones just aren't crunking it out fast enough. What the heck? They should know better. Crunk it out quicker. Time is money, friend. Like, we make 3.65 per second in these ones now, like... Come on. Uh-oh. I figured out why everything is awesome. It's because everything is awful. As it turns out, our power is no longer keeping up with where it needs to be, because everything's running. Just when I think I'm out, Gleba pulls me right back in. The Artemis. I'm gonna add passenger present for this one, because I think we're gonna hop on. I didn't realize the base at max capacity would be eating so much power. For a moment, I thought like the whole world was shaking, and I was like, oh god. I got real worried. Okay, these just don't make enough steam to go this far out. I think... Really should have made this in a different, more conducive way, but that's okay. That electric furnace was probably there for a very long time. Gonna make some steel plates on our own, just really quick and dirty, because clearly the power needs to be improved when everything's running. It's weird, because I feel like Gleba never uses any power, and then suddenly, bam, everything kicks on, and it's like, you need a tremendous amount. Like right now, suddenly we're super far ahead of the power again. So strange. It's not like it's like a mystery of the world. It's certainly like there's reasons behind that, but still. Okay. I needed steel, so I was going to place down a furnace so that I could just throw some iron in there with some productivity modules, which I was going to use on something else, but I didn't. But we'll throw a bunch of iron in here, and then we'll have our own steel that the bots can't take from us. Because we need steel for literally every step of this, except for the turbines, I guess. Which we currently need copper and iron for. I did not think copper would be the limiting factor for us again. I just grabbed a bunch of all the materials and I was like, oh, this will be fine. Is 8 sufficient? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, it is not. However, we're already making 9, so it's fine. We got 4 steel plates in this time. We truly are living in a society RN. I hate that you did that to me and made me look like a fool. I'll remember that. Be careful who you make fun of in high school. They might turn into 20 copper plates and 10 steel plates later on. Oh yeah, see, like right now our power is super gunked. Why is our power fluctuating so bad? Let me click a power pole and see. What is eating all the power? The silo eats that much? Oh, I speed modded the crap out of it, right? I forgot that I did that. That does track. Just so the whole base continues to function, I'm going to remove the speed modules for now. I guess that means that the Radiant Starfarer? No. The Artemis is above us right now. Because otherwise that wouldn't be kicking on and taking so much power. It's also the 80 furnaces. That doesn't help. The steel deficit is real. Is there any on the Artemis right now? Any steel? There is. I don't remember why I was like, there's totally steel on this ship, but there totally is. This is one of the last things I really need to do before hopping off for a little bit and going back to Novice. I just took out the bots. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, bots. Okay. Specifically, these heat pipes are going to be like, shockingly, some of the more costly parts. They take 10 steel per block, so can't make too many of them. I can't believe how high our power demand is when the furnaces are on. That's actually insane. Okay, we're out of copper plates. We actually have plenty of steel. I was thinking that we were still limited on waiting on steel. We just used up all the other ones. Okay. So now we will push Q, as we've learned, is the best technique in the game. Can I Q Ghost as well? I probably can. Okay, I can't pick it up if it's a ghost still. Okay, the whole base just turned off. I know why it turned off. Oh god, the base was like losing heat over time too. I think no, okay, it was just it was regulating itself. I made the heat pipe longer so everything got colder. This is expected behavior. We're about to push it over again where it's going to start being able to function, I hope. Uh-oh, I need to cut off this heat pipe. We're losing a tremendous amount of heat. I'm going to just go manually feed a bunch of rocket fuel in. Where's my rocket fuel? I can't remember. Ah, panic! There it is. Rocket fuel should get us back online really quickly. The important thing is to mitigate how long everything happened. Okay, there's some of them coming online. I'm surprised at how brutal it was. I thought that plugging these in wasn't going to cause like a complete shutdown. Okay, regulated the power again. I'm going to just manually pick up some of the spoilage. I just want these to kick on already. It's taken forever to get the power up where I want it to. You're coming to the gym with me now? Thank goodness. I've been looking for a gym buddy for a while. Thanks for including me. It does mean a lot. Interesting. Whoops. Looks like I want to dedicate this one purely to rocket fuel. I think things turn off when this one starts doing rocket fuel now, or stops doing rocket fuel, which is a real problem. So I will dedicate that to that. I'm excited to leave. There's so much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? Is it back streets? You never know if you don't go. Like the heat diffuses a little bit. It is Backstreets. Thanks. Cool. Backstreet sounds right. Thank goodness. Oh man, we're playing a precarious game with the power here. You know what? We probably don't even need the extra heating tower now. Okay, this is good, but why is it... What is this? I guess that was just a rocket silo going bananas. Are we just good now? Yeah, this is fine. If our heat drops below 500 at any point, I guess under 600, it just feeds it and goes up. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. That just went really bad. We're gonna have to actually like run the base off rocket fuel basically fully now though. God, that was a nightmare. And I'm still not making any steel. Why was this so important? I guess it was for the blue circuits and stuff. I'm gonna turn off this output priority now so that we start making steel, because we need steel for a lot of things too. Jiminy Christmas, power comes at you fast. working on epic quality, but it looks like we've run out of fuel, which is okay. The Artemis is above us. I do think I'm going to hop on with it now. It has successfully gotten the rocket turrets. I asked it to grab at least 20 of them. I'm surprised it hasn't done the other 20. Perhaps it is just waiting for a rocket. Okay, yeah, there's just no rocket available. I'm going to say 20 is probably sufficient to start. Heck it, we'll let it fill up. I want some more time to think anyways. I think Gleb is going to run on its own. Backstreet's back all right. Was it Backstreet or NSYNC that recently had like a resurgence? I know it's one of them, I just don't know which one it is. Yeah, it's certainly quite slow on the rocket launches, and we want it to be efficient here, but I think at least for the moment we don't want to stress our power too much. I feel like I saw... Which one's Justin Timberlake in? Was that Backstreet Boys? Was it? No, it was, I don't think it was the Justin Timberlake one. I remember seeing a music video and it was all like the guys from one of those bands, and I was like, that's awesome. But they were like older, which, you know, passage of time check, am I right? Ageless gamers. Nick Carter is in sync. Let me see which one it was. Yeah, 3 weeks ago. Was it 3 weeks ago? Hold on. I'm bringing it up right now. Backstreet Boys, I Want It That Way 2025 version 4 months ago. 7.2 million views. I would play it on stream, but that's like one of the biggest no-nos of all time for getting my stream taken down. Backstreet Boys members. Nick Carter, Brian Littrell, AJ McLean, Kevin Richardson, Howie Dory. NSYNC band members. Justin Timberlake, JC Chases, Chris Kirkpatrick, Joey Fatone, Jason Galasso, Lance Bass, however you say him. Timberlake is absolutely in sync. I do like that it's gonna be me meme. That's a good one. The one I'm thinking of is the... Was it the guy in the car that was listening to it and like goes off really hard to the music? Great video either way. You know, that is why I've heard the name Chris Kirkpatrick before. That's crazy. I was like, I feel like I've heard that name said out loud, but I don't like know the members of NSYNC all that well regardless. Okay, all right, we're moving this. This has got to eke out some of it a little before this. Just so it's capable of making a few chests. There we go. So now we're making steel chests, slowly but surely. Which means we will be making not steel chests. Okay, you're not shipping anymore? Is it time to hop on the Artemis? Oh, I thought the Artemis was a... Wait, what? The Artemis left without us? Did I set it up wrong? Maybe I looked at it wrong. No, it was totally just above us. It just unloaded a crap load of science, didn't it? It did! Why did you leave? I said or 600 seconds and passenger present. I'm not on you. How could you do this to me? Oh, that's what this means. Okay, right, the top condition. So I should have moved this as part of that. Oh, nuts. That makes more sense. That makes sense. I was thinking that this was like separate. Like, it makes sense because these are connected. I was thinking this ore was just referencing this, but it's referencing this whole block down here. That's fine. I didn't want you here anyways. I am going to offload the rocket turrets down while I'm looking at this, just to pay attention to it. Because we can grab some fishies when we get down there. Honestly, maybe we'll get some fishies now and make a Spidertron and send it back here before it gets back here. That would be nice. Having a Spidertron, I think it means we can control it remotely, assuming it works like a tank. Of course, you want to make armor and stuff for it as well, though. How do you craft a Spidertron? Surely it's just in a normal crafting machine. Would be interesting if they put the as a biolab specific thing, because it's like a spider. It doesn't really matter where we make it, to be honest. I guess making it near where the rocket drops off is probably a wise decision. What else do we have? Capture Pocket Rat? I forgot we got that. Nutrients from Biter Egg is so weird. I've never even begun to interface with taking Biter Nest, so that's like a whole can of worms. So we want to make a Spidertron, and we would like to put in quality modules into here. Ideally quality 2s, but I heckin' doubt that those are coming. It might though. I might be making quality 2s somewhere. That wouldn't surprise me. Nope, Q button. I'm making like a ritual here, like I'm summoning a beast or something. Something spooky. These should all be in boxes. I figure this is the best way to do it because then I won't have a bunch of portable fission reactors sitting around doing nothing. Exoskeletons. I feel like I have exoskeletons being made on Novice. I certainly don't have the fission reactors. I mean, I have the one now that I made. Exoskeleton. I do have exoskeletons being made in that one spot, so I didn't have them being made before, it looks like, so I can just push Q and then do that, and then Q and then do that. And then it looks like radars will go here, although I think I have radars made already too. I certainly do. And there's like a crazy amount of them, so I don't see why I should craft more. We can put the request for rocket turrets here because they're just going to be chilling down here in storage. And that should be everything. Should just need some fishies. How's the Starfarer doing? This is perhaps its first trip filling up on calcite, I would guess. Ooh, my goodness gracious, it has no tungsten plate on the planet. That's so rough. I really need to go to Volcanus. That's why I'm trying to get off Novice, because we have 10k tungsten ore left. That's not going to last very long. How much tungsten ore do we use, like, per minute? We have like 20 minutes of tungsten ore left on this planet, basically. Like, we need to go and fix Volcanus before we go to Fulgora, unfortunately. But it's gonna shut down, like, now. Hello, Fish. I'm going to talk to you about the Mecha Pilot Recruitment Program. Unironically, that's so cool. Okay, so the fish have been delivered. The second exoskeleton is being made. The portable fission reactor. It's going to take a little bit of time to supply this stuff. I want to say I enjoy these longer later in the day streams. I'm super glad to hear it. It's on the ground. Pick it up. I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. Our first Spidertron, and we put it on the floor disrespectfully. Cool, so we're making Spidertrons now, kind of. We're not going to be making them particularly quickly, but we're making Spidertrons, which is pretty cool. Did not come out quality, it looks like. Honestly, it is kind of like a pretty unnecessarily large amount of dopamine for me to hear that people like watching me, so I'm basically always super grateful to hear it. You praise me, you tell me I'm worth keeping around, I'll stream more. Alright, so now we can make Spidertrons. Surely we don't need a crazy amount of them, but it probably will be nice. I assume they only stack to one. Ooh, we're making Spidertrons! That's so cool! Do they need fuel? Who knows? Let's bring one over here and we'll just take a look at it, because the Artemis is now requesting one, and it's actually almost good to even come back here. I don't know how many... Oh, look at it. It's up there. It's so cool. I think I found your stream like less than a week ago and you're already my favorite. Oh, that's so sweet. I really appreciate it. Super happy to have you around. Really, really am. Oh, I can't wait. I'm too excited. I'm like a kid on Christmas. I have always... Like, getting into a Spidertron in like a proper Factorio save has been like an unironic goal of mine for a long time. I'm actually probably more excited about that than I am about doing Gleba, which is like, I mean, it's the reward from Gleba. It's like once you do Gleba, it's like you said, you get all the cool stuff. I want all the cool stuff. Were these all three of these facing west before? I thought only two of them were. Oh, it's okay. No, I understand your intent. You want more. I appreciate that. I'm glad to be desirable in some way. Looks like our carbon backed up again, which is nice. I feel like we were low on it for a while, but I don't know why. This is still going to be the bane of my existence, and I will fix it at some point. This will be fixed. Mark my words. But the fact that Volcanus is literally like... Is running out of tungsten ore is a real problem. Maybe I was too ambitious trying to get a bunch of these made. But we need tungsten plates for a lot, so I need to fix that like right now, basically. Oh, we can go. Okay, so the Artemis now will require us to be on board. So I am going to, let me quickly look at these blueprints. Again, some of these are just dumb McIdiot head blueprints. Rocket birds look so cool. So I'm going to grab a blueprint book. Can we rename this? That's okay. We don't need to rename this. I don't know what that deconstruction planner is. We'll get rid of that too. Cool. So this is just a few of my Gleba blueprints. So we can keep that in a book here. We don't want to not use a storage chest specifically. Passive provider's fine. Put our blueprint book in here. Turn off our personal logistics. If I turn off personal logistics, will bots still take things? They will. Wonderful. Just any of these supplies on us can go wherever. Doesn't matter at this point. They'll probably be used in something somewhere. Oh, I forgot. If that's here, that means the Spidertron's here. I forgot what I was excited about. Oh boy, Santa, I hope I was good this year. Please, 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 please. All I want is a giant spider robot that will let me smote my foes. I don't ask for much. Oh, yes, and it's an achievement too. That feels really good. Build a Spidertron complete. It doesn't need any fuel. It just kind of goes off. Look at me. I am the pentapod now. This thing is so cool. I gotta throw a bunch of exos. What is copy paste Spidertron? Copy pasting entity Spidertron will copy the color and logistic requests. You can color them. Also try to copy the equipment grid. Inserting equipment from the player inventory if items are available. Whoa. This thing is so cool. What's a gleba color? Yellow's kind of a gleba color, right? Oh my god, this is what it's all about. I could just walk around with this thing all day, to be honest with you. Whoa, its leg is kind of freaky. Oh, this is so cool. I always wanted a giant robot when I was young. I would still be down to be like a mecha pilot in spite of like all the getting the mech Shinji stuff that went down. Oh my god. You don't think that we're DJ Spidertron? No way. Honestly, it doesn't get any better than this. I'm not going back to novice right now. Getting the Spidertron Miko, that's funny. I would like to politely request a Rainbow Spider army. Think about it. Because this thing, like, we have 3 weapon slots. We can carry a rocket launcher. This thing just has 4 rocket launcher slots. Oh my god. Can I borrow some rockets? Just a few of them. We're just going to take it out for a quick spin. Just one quick spin. That's all, you know? Just 100 rockets in a quick spin. We're going to be right back. I'm going to go eat after this, but I think that this is like the most appropriate way to go eat. Does it auto fire or do you need to fire on your own? Oh, look how heckin' cool we are. Oh, Spidertrons are so cool. I'm so feeling myself right now. This is like the highlight of my Factorio journey so far. I'm glad we didn't leave Gleba. I'm glad we stayed here and the stream title was a lie. You've been deceived, but it was worth it. Think you could toggle autofire on the Spidertron UI? Auto targeting without gunner, with gunner. Honestly, Spidertron, I want you to just rip on everything. You've got a little over 100 rockets and plenty of dreams. I hope you're tanky enough to survive. I really don't know how much health you have. 3,000 health? Okay, you're basically a stomper. Alright. It's time to finish the fight. Actually, I don't want to go after the medium one. How healthy was the medium one? Those have 3,500. How much is a rocket? Heck it. Let's do it. I'm still a little nervous. Heck-om! Oh, this is so cool. Okay, that's a lot of them, actually. I think we're gonna run out of rockets. We need to go. This was fun. Oh, God. Okay, we still cook them, but we just ate through like 1,000,000 rockets at once. That was awesome. But that was 1,000,000 rockets. Heck-em. We literally went through like 110 rockets in like a second because they just flew into the little dudes. That was awesome. Super worth it. We also killed the medium one, which I was a little scared was going to kill us. That was great. I love this thing. I'm going to make logistics requests. You can presumably... Okay, yeah. So I'm going to make a logistics request here, and we're going to do rockets. So that the Spidertron will always have, we'll say, 1,000 rockets on it. The nice thing that we can do with Spidertrons is we can control them remotely, which means that if there is like an attack when we're not on Gleba, we can just move it over, I think. And that makes it a lot safer for us to be able to leave. I wish I could like have it return to its docking station and become a DJ anytime that I'm not using it. I had the spot there. There we go. Now I really want to scale up the rocket production because I saw how, like, that was one Spidertron. We could have like 6 of those. Can also move them with the Spidertron mode. Oh, I actually remembered that that was a thing, but I forgot. Left click and drag to select Spidertrons. Shift left click to add Spidertrons. Control left click to remove. Right click to send. Oh, we're just playing StarCraft now. Q move command too. Oh my god, we're just playing StarCraft. That's so cool. I love that. Okay, so I want to make a lot more rockets now. I didn't really care about rockets before, but now I do. We did waste a good chunk of rockets, admittedly, but that's okay. Yeah, now that the carbon's built up, we can probably just speed module this. Me using beacons to deal with all my problems instead of facing them head on. Relatable moment, am I right? Heck. No, my speed modules are here. Nothing that a few undergrounds and speed modules can't fix. I don't even really need, like, heightened creation of these, but I want them. That's so cool. Make sure you put your grid together. They can also have their own bots and logistics to repair themselves. Oh, that's so cool. It's transcended the need to DJ and it's gained belt immunity equipment. I will need to make a grid for it as well. I might just ship stuff over because I'm going to be swinging by Novice and then Volcanus. I know I'm getting, like... The Volcanus timer is ticking. We're at 10k, now we're at 8.6, so we need to really go to Volcanus. But when I stop by Novice, maybe I'll pick up some things for the equipment grid. And then ship them back over here. But I do feel that this place is now safe. With the Spidertron, all of the rocket turrets, we have a giant sushi belt of rockets as well. This will get rockets eventually, but it'll take a little bit of time. I'll go manually put some in now. Just because I don't think that the belts need to be super filled, and I think it'd be a lot safer for me to take a few moments now to just stick a bunch of rockets inside of the Spidertron. That way, if we need to do some, like, base defense, we're not going to just be caught unaware, you know? Perfect. So now the giant sushi belt of rockets will fill up. Once that fills up, this backup chest will fill up. Once that backup chest starts filling up, it will fill the Spidertron, and the Spidertron will just be safe. It doesn't have a great way to deal with itself. That's one other thing I want to make before we go, actually, is repair packs. I think I'm going to just do another, like, quick and dirty requester chest thing. Maybe, you know, actually, I'm gonna... Aren't repair packs, like, super simple to make now that I'm thinking about it? Gear wheels and circuits. This should be nice and quick. I think there's no reason to not keep a full box of repair packs on every planet, basically. Alright, let us quickly see. So, our logistics network covers all of our walls, at least for repairing and stuff. I believe they can repair in the green, so everything should be able to be repaired. This is not technically... no, that is repairable, it's just not surrounded by anything. Like, this stuff is just... it's doing whatever. Apparently that drill is full on stuff, so you know what I'll do in the meantime is I'll set a splitter over here. Made a real mistake setting... not Fulgora, Volcanus to set up a bunch of green stuff. I want the green stuff, but it was not ready for that, and I need to go deal with that. It would have had issues either way. It just like kind of awakened them a lot faster. There we go. So this will just help out. Not that we need a crazy amount of landfill or anything, but in case we do need landfill, it'll be available to us pretty quick. Does my turret range cover this is my one big question. It does. Cool. There are some egg rafts that are getting kind of close. I'm hopeful that the enemies will come towards the artilleries when it targets them and not the stuff down there. I can deal with it later if it does. We could always just set up a few rocket turrets down there for safety, but I don't really have the belt down there right now, so it would just have to be its own thing, and we're already like light on rockets. The important thing now is that we have a cool heckin' spider killing machine that we can just hop into whenever we need to, and also remote control from afar. Drive remotely, yeah. So I can enter the vehicle from the map, so even if I'm on a different planet or something, I can activate it, or I could just use the Spidertron remote. So cool. Cool. That is like the coolest thing, I swear. But now we have access to, look, we've already started creating some of the chests. I can't imagine we have them all done yet. Nope, but we're starting to get some of them done. So we'll have access to putting these chests down from afar. We're making roboports. We have a bunch of inserters and stuff that we should have done ages ago. This is still low on steel. How did this get... I put substations in the wrong box. Okay, that's what it was. I was like, did I stick these in here? I did, in fact. These are going to be a little bit slow because of the steel and everything. They could bring a Spidertron with you when you go to Fulgora. That's such a good point. I don't see why I wouldn't, so I absolutely should. They're just so fucking cool, too. I can't get enough of it. I could just live in a Spidertron, right? I mean, I can craft in one. There's probably some value to not always be in one, but man, they're so cool. What a good feeling. Dopamine acquired. We needed that today. We needed that today. So, new plan. I'm going to go eat something. We're going to wrap up stream now because I'm pretty hungry. We need to go to Vulcanus. We did not work on a ship. Yes, I'll grant you that. But I'm going to go to Vulcanus. And I think in the meantime, while working on Vulcanus, because I felt like there was at least a time crunch with Gleba to make sure that Gleba just worked, you know. I think that now that this works and it's defended and everything, I'm going to take some time, fix up Vulcanus, break down this area, get access to the sulfuric acid, take this calcite as well. And while doing that, we're going to be designing a ship at the same time, and then we will take that new design ship to Fulgora. So I'm sorry for saying we're making a better space platform today. I meant making a better space platform next time. So that was my bad. Thank you so much for watching, though. I had a lot of fun. Hopefully you did too, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Bye for now.